Mike, put your mic down when you start talking again.
I don't think so.
When we're ready. No.
Are you working?
Okay. Mike, I think we're going to try this again, but I want to remind you that please keep your comments to the replenishment fee. And then when we go to the groundwater authority, you're open to discuss any items you would like to, but right now we are on the replenishment fee. Okay, thank you. Yes, it is the item that we're discussing right now is the financing the replenishment fee.
Renter, you're paying for somebody's water that was used, you know.
Sir, can you bring the microphone closer?
Okay, if you're a renter, this is really unfair. I mean, it should be on the property tax. I guess if they want to spread it out, put it on the property tax, just like it's everything else. It's not a renter deal, but it's paid by the renter just by virtue of the fact that he's a water customer. This is real estate. This is water. It's like minerals. I mean, if I went and mined something and pulled it out of the ground, and then somebody came to me and said, I have to go buy some soap somewhere else and put it back into the ground, this is ludicrous. Give me a good reason why we should save water. There's not even a good reason to do that. You use what you got. And we're going to import, okay, that's fine. But to borrow money to pay for water that somebody else wasted, the Navy, and then have to buy it somewhere else in the future? So we're financing the purchase of water that we bought in the past? This is insane. I don't get it. Stand up, say no, or join me in a class action lawsuit. And I would like to ask you, or who's the attorney handling your lawsuit? Comprehensive adjudication. There's no conflict of interest if you join a class action, is there? At the federal level.
I'd have to know a lot more about the class action suit, whether or not I could answer whether there's a conflict.
It's clearly designed to get the Navy off the back of this town by asserting Federal Reserve water rights that they don't have. And by the way,
Okay,
they're a tenant.
Sir, you cannot provide, you haven't provided me with enough information.
Okay,
and
but I'm not debating with you.
You asked me a question, let me
Okay,
finish.
okay.
We're here to talk about financing the replenishment fee.
Then
You're going into conflicts about class action lawsuits.
Okay, well then
Federal Reserve water rights.
we're financing
There's a lot of people, I would like you should focus your
We're financing
comments.
a replenishment fee that the Navy used the water. I'm not going to blame it on the pistachio farmers. I'm not going to blame it on Searles Valley. It's not the Navy's water. That's a 25-year lease they've got. They're a tenant on BLM lands. Do you realize that? They got a tenant. That's a tenant. They do not own the property. They tried to get it in 2013 in perpetuity. That's insane. 1.1 million acres in perpetuity for a missile base or a test facility? That's ridiculous. They don't need that property. They won't need that property in the future. There's going to be a change in the kind of war. They don't need 1.1
Okay, we're
million
going to have
acres.
to go to that item in a little bit. We got to stay on replenishment fee. Thank you.
Judy Decker again. I have a comment to make to remind the board, the staff, and the audience of some history here. 35 years ago, I ran for the first time for this board. I ran on the issue of critical overdraft, way before SGMA was ever created. I was laughed at by the newspapers, by the public, and I did not get elected, but I got appointed after the person who did get elected passed away. I would like to remind all of you that we are in critical overdraft. We need to solve the problem. I would also like to remind all of you that about 30 years ago, this board, not these people, but this board tried to float the idea of a valley-wide water district. It went over like a lead balloon. That's all. Thank you. I just wanted to remind all you of that.
Ronald Porter. I have a problem with this financing for a multitude of reasons. Primarily is that the GSA, or the Groundwater Authority, once you give the money, then they can spend any way they want. They could just spend it all on attorney's fees and we'd be out the door. If they get approved as an authority, they can get their own bonds and finance it. We have no reason to stick our neck out for this because we have nothing to gain and everything to lose. Even the dollars we're collecting right now, we should put them in a pot and hold them until they show they're going to be spent efficiently. We shouldn't be financing anything at this point until there's a plan approved. But a greater danger that people don't realize is the state has money set aside for people like us, and we buy the project and it gets approved. If we finance it ourselves, the state's going to say, they don't need no money, you don't get nothing. You have to say, we don't have the money for this, we have to borrow it. They already have their grant money for this. If we have the money, we're not going to get the grant money. We paid for that grant money, but we're not going to get it. Very, very important thing. Part of the thing is also is there's also grant money out there that we could pay for a reclamation plant, a level 3 reclamation plant, if this goes, so to reutilize that water. And that's also available under the law. And until I personally talked to Searles Valley when this all started. Searles Valley would be more than happy to use the reclaimed water in their plants. They have no problem with it. We'd have to put a pipeline over, but it's a 20-mile pipeline. Doing a pretty well straight line would be a big problem. And it wouldn't have to be that big. We're not looking for answers. What we're doing is spending money before we look at the answers. Solve the problem. We don't even have an idea where we're going to get the water from, for crying out loud. And we'd have to get the state involved, and that's a problem with having it locally. We can't get the state. If the state was doing this, they could do it. All of us here, we help pay for the California aqueduct. If the state was involved, we could actually draw water out of the aqueduct and have it replenished by the state in Lancaster, because they cross each other. Would be no problem whatsoever. We have to look at common sense solutions, and we're not doing it. We're looking at the bureaucracy. We're putting form over substance. We have to get back to the substance, and we're not doing it. There are answers out there, but they have to be logical answers. And we wouldn't even have to, if we're going to allow and I don't want to pick on the pistachio farmers, that the county should have never let them start in the first place because they've known about this for over 40 years. I mean, I grew up here. I've heard this all my life, as the replenishment and how it was needed to be. But the problem is we wouldn't even need to treat the water. The water there that could be used, rather than pumping out of the ground, the pistachio and the farmers could use it right out of the aqueduct. It's pure enough for that. That tree wouldn't care. We have to use common sense and say, well, we have plenty of money. Let's just go spend it. The GSA will not get money if we give them the money. If we give them the money, they can spend it all and we just be on the hook. There's absolutely no reason to go there. There's no reason to actually give them any money right now that's coming off our bill. I don't even think technically, that's just an opinion, that has nothing really to do with this, that's legal for them to do it at this point. I just can't understand why we would want to put ourselves in that kind of jeopardy. You're talking about, and I understand your reasoning about being prepared for upgrading the water district for possible replenishment reasons. I don't quite understand what you put in there, but I understand it. Well, we shouldn't even be really terribly worried about this, just providing our service at this time. Because you could spend all the money on what you're trying to do for the replenish fee in the district, and then the whole thing changes. We have to make sure we're spending money wisely and we have a plan first. We have no plan where we're gonna get the water. Is there any questions that you have for me on this? We don't even have an approved plan. And the saddest part about an approved plan, if you read the statutes, once they approve it, they can change it anytime they want. We become slaves to the state. Unfortunately, I mean, this has to do with this, and maybe I'm wrong if I'm out of line of saying this. Unfortunately, our only answer is to get out of it. Let the state do it, let them finance it. If they want to come tax us for that, then we can deal with it at that time. That's our only answer. I mean, I applaud all of you for wanting to make sure we have water. We all want water. But we're going down a road that we just don't, it's a no-winning road. We're going to be under a dictator even if this plan's approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
My name is Butch Zesis, 1327 Sunland. I think Mr. Porter really stated what I was thinking, and I'd made comments in the last city council meeting about, number one, where is the water coming from? If there's no plan to get that water here, that just seems crazy to spend money on something that we have what's the security that that water is going to get here if we have spending $4 million a year to the groundwater authority? It seems like a bad idea to me, number one. I'm curious about Inyo County's position with DWP. I've been talking with a handful of people about this situation, and it seems like, you know, our aquifer would be getting recharged if all that water wasn't bypassing our valley via the aqueduct. Is anybody in Los Angeles paying any fees for getting the water to LA above and beyond what we're paying for our water service? I think legally, I don't know how this would, what this would look like, but all over the world, a lot of countries are putting, and have put in desalinization plants. I know that's been talked about, you know, environmentalism, all that stuff. It's a bunch of red tape, but as concerned as everybody seems to be with the environment and the ecology, it's kind of a tragedy what they've done to Owens Valley and what they're doing to the groundwater, you know, up and down the Eastern Sierra. Seems to me that's the place to start. You know, everybody that's on DWP's ratepayers, probably what we're paying, if you applied that same fee to everybody that DWP is supplying water to, they could definitely fund desalinization plants, get the ball rolling so they quit sucking water out of the Sierras.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Good evening, Norman Alexander. Just speaking for myself. I just want to kind of, I think a few folks have said it, you know, if you're going to get a loan, you usually know what you're buying, and I just don't see that there's transparency. What's the budget for the groundwater authority? When are you going to buy it? Again, they have moved money around a lot, but until they're, and maybe this is a forcing hand to help them get their financing and their coordination a little bit together on just figuring things out. But, you know, refinance and I didn't think you were going to give them the whole 23 million in one shot, but if you did, there's no plan for it, right? Do you know the plan of what they're going to buy, how much, and when? And if you don't know what you're really buying, and I say you, I really mean me, right? Because I'm a ratepayer. You got to know what you're buying. So unless they can come up and really say, hey, this is what we're buying, this is how much we're going to pay for legal fees or administrative, this is what we're gonna pay for. Here's the water that we plan to buy from this subcontractor or this entity, and we're gonna do it at this time, and this is how much it's gonna cost. I don't know how you even move forward, but I do think this may be a good forcing function to help the groundwater authority to kind of get their act together. Maybe Ty can jump in and help them a little bit more, but who knows? But that's just my only point. You know, I don't see how you can say, hey, yeah, let's go ahead and take out a loan and you don't even know what you're buying, right? In a time frame. You can say, oh, we're buying, you know, an entitlement. Okay, what entitlement? How much is it? And when are you gonna buy it? So what's their budget for next year? Are you guys in the budget? Have they modified their budget based on this stuff? That's just a question. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Looks like a phone call. Okay, we have a phone call. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Okay, caller, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Kathy Russell. I'm sorry, I don't know if you can hear me or not.
We can hear you.
Okay.
caller, go ahead.
I live at 500. My name is I live at 500 Amanda. I'm sorry, I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Can you turn your TV off or whatever you're listening on?
My name is I live at 500 Amanda. I'm sorry, I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Can you turn your TV off or whatever you're listening on?
My name is yeah. I'm sorry, I had you online at the same time. Is that better?
Yes, much better. Thank you. Could you
Sorry, I've
please
never done
restate
it.
your name and everything and just start over?
It's Kathy Russell. I live at 500 Amanda, and I'm sorry about the confusion. Never done this, but I'm very interested in what's going on with the water issue, like everybody is. And I think Mr. Porter and Norm Alexander both had very good points about what are we paying for, and it's not a great idea to take out a loan. It's not a great idea for me to pay myself to the GA and the rest of the ratepayers when we don't know what we're getting. I guess that's my critical argument. We don't know what we're getting, and if we pay it to the GA, just like if you financed it, where's the obligation to where that money's going to go, and can they do something else with it? More appropriately, can we just rely on the state to come up and use grant money to do it when it actually the plan gets approved? I just think there's a lot of adversarial comments, who's going to do what, without any real action to try to make a positive step to understand what we're all doing. And as a community, we need to know that. I don't like paying the GA fee when I don't know what I'm getting for my money. So, and I think everybody else as ratepayers would agree.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other callers? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close public comment on this item, and now we'll come to the board for discussion. Anybody has any comments?
I have a question for Ty. So, just to make sure I understand that, while the interest rates are what we understand them to be potentially right now, instability and uncertainty with regard to the lawsuits and other conditions could force those rates to go up if we were to issue bonds for the water.
Right, it depends on the investor's risk factors, what they perceive as, they're gonna want more interest if it's a more risky proposition for them.
Okay? No, I'm just looking.
Mr. President, Ty, did you mention the fact of your conversation with Standard & Poor's last week?
No.
That's relevant here.
So we did have, every 3 years, Standards & Poor's does a review of their rates on outstanding bonds and issuances. This probably started about a month ago. We're gathering information, and then they do their thing. They did come back last Thursday with a rating update for us. We actually went down one step from a AA- to an A+. The reasoning was for elevated environmental factors. What they're looking at was the Sigma. They were looking at the GA. They were looking at replenishment fee. They were looking at basin conditions and adjudication. all those, they factored in there saying, well, none of this has been finalized, there's no, nothing's been set, which means that we can't make good decisions based on information we don't have. And that's what they were concerned with, so that's why they downgraded us one step.
Okay?
And that was from S&P.
That's from S&P, yeah, Standards and Poor's.
Thank you.
Well, it would take, financing this water would take the overall cost from 23 million over the next 4.5 or 5 years up to 30 million plus. If we have a change in the interest rates, could even go higher than that. The Water District has done a very good job maintaining and adding on to its system. We survived a swarm of very strong earthquakes, and we will receive, for jolts in the future, there's going to be an earthquake on the San Andreas, breaking down the Lancaster-Palmdale area. That's only 90 miles away. We survive those earthquakes because it's a good system. We need to make sure that we continue to maintain and build it properly, and I don't think the financing the water fee, especially when we don't have a business plan for what is ultimately going to result in a transportation system either down to Mojave or, forgive me, Inyo and Mono County up to the aqueduct. We have no idea what they're going to do, what the ultimate price is going to be. It's going to be a hefty tag. So at this time, I don't think that this is a good idea.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I'll make a comment there. I too have lived in the valley all my life for 66 years. And one of the problems that I do have with the Groundwater Authority is the appropriate accounting. We've been discussing this over and over again at our public meetings that we have. I feel that they should at least tell us what's going on instead of continually being in the red and wanting more and more money. I do not want the district, this is my opinion only, to attribute to the GA at this particular time when, like everybody said, they don't have any clear path that they're going to be traveling. What I would like to see is, I know most of everybody here, I've known them for years. I'd like to see the city and the district to go to a big table and sit across from each other and talk about this. I'm tired of the lawsuits. The Water District was very clean before any of this stuff happened. And I want to get to the bottom of it, talk to everybody that's involved. We don't need to, we can talk, legal later. If we can come up with some ideas, we can take it to our legal, which we have an excellent legal staff, and discuss it. But you guys are back there, we're up here. We've never talked to you that I know of. I would like to get together, and I don't think there's any objections to us talking to you people from the city and the council. I want to get together and discuss it. What we're doing right now, we're arguing on paper, back and forth. You did this, we did that. I did this, you did that. And it's not going to get anything solved. We need to get off our butts, get together, and quit being crybabies, and go for it. Thank you.
Stan?
I would like to thank the staff for the excellent detailed report. I think we've done our due diligence. I think based upon the recommendation of the staff, I see no need to spend more time on this topic. I think we need to move on.
Thank you. Director Boyd?
Thanks. Thank you, Ty. It was a great presentation. Looking at the conclusion, what I didn't see was that if the GSP and all the legal challenges were to go away and the fee were to remain, would we sign up to do a loan? We didn't say that. Is that correct?
I'm not following. Sorry.
We make a recommendation that the risk associated with the GSP not being approved and that there are a number of standing lawsuits in place.
Okay, so if those went away, would we then recommend financing the fee? With the legal challenges gone, the GSP approved and all that?
Yes, and we would just still have the financial issues that you presented.
Right.
So there's two key pieces
Yeah.
here that are giving us concern. And if one of those pieces went away, we'd still have concern because of the financial implications of taking on such a burden.
Well, that plus what we know in the general plan is going to recommend some system improvements that are needed. And those we would prioritize over financing a fee, yes.
Okay. And I know you know this answer because you are finance representative. We have paid how much into the GS, into GA for fees so far this
I
year?
believe it's about 2.3 million.
With the payment for August, it'll be 2.7 million for the replenishment fee. We're just over $1 million on the pumping fee as of August.
And Director Rotora, you've not received insights into how that money's being
I'll get
applied?
into that in
Okay.
more detail, but the short answer is no, we have not received any insight.
So I understand from doing some research on this topic, and many of you will remember when I was campaigning for this position, I was one of the few here that was in favor of the replenishment fee. I still am, but I don't like the way this has been evolving. We are in critical overdraft. We need to import water. We've been monitoring the water tables with the CASGIM monitoring wells for over 30 years. They're all indicating a decline in the water level in the valley. And the solution for that was made, it's a good recommendation to replace or bring in imported water to help stabilize that, help us to change sustainability.
That's good.
Sustainability and help.
Excuse me.
And help provide for the opportunity for growth in the valley. However, based on the performance I've seen so far, I can't get behind supporting the idea of underfunding this bond issue at this point.
Okay, thank you. I have a few comments I want to make if I can read my notes here. I want to go to your report, Ty. One thing that hit me was the acquisition of water by another agency, and that concerns me. We are an independent agency, and for us to borrow money for the groundwater authority, I agree with Stan. I think we're going the wrong direction. We do not have an approved plan by DWR, so we have no guarantee that that replenishment fee is going to continue to be collected. We don't know where their plan is at. We did receive a letter from DWR asking us to go back with stakeholders and meet and negotiate and try to work out a plan. So I think that's important. We had a lot of public speak. We have no infrastructure to get water here. That's going to be very expensive. How is that going to get funded? If we did acquire water, to my understanding, they do want the money up front, the 23 million or 24 million. We are currently paying them every month, so they want it up front to acquire water. If they do acquire it, where are they going to get it? If it is bought up north, this year, for example, there was no allocation, so there would have been no water to get. So I just don't feel that it's a great investment. I think the district's money is best spent to, as Chuck said, negotiate with the city. The district has put extensive labor into the wastewater and treating that and coming up with a plan for that. And I think that's the first answer that we need to look at. We need to look at the low-lying fruit that's here in our basin. And, Stetson Engineers at the meeting, Steve Johnson made a comment that we want to look at all of our local resources before going and looking for imported water. And I don't believe we've done that. So I believe that is the most important thing that we do right now. So at this time, I would be against it. I heard Inyo County mentioned. We know Inyo County voted against the plan. And they were the only vote against the plan because they said they would not allow water to be got from the aqueduct. So they could not even support the plan for the GSA. So for those reasons, I would be against it at this time.
So Just a real quick question, well, not really a question, more of a statement. Originally, when there was a discussion about buying a water right in the water market, as I remember it, the original price quoted by the GA was $50 million. Is that correct?
52 million.
52 million, and the water district's portion was reported as 25 million. So where is the other 25 million coming from? Who is discussing that? Which organization is going to cover those costs? Will the county issue a bond to cover that? Where is that money coming from?
I
And I'm
believe that
concerned.
was Cyril's Valley.
Cyril's Valley? Well, I don't think they're going to be contributing $25 million.
I answered the question you
Appreciate it,
asked,
right,
not the.
okay, no, I appreciate that. I'm not responding to you directly. There's a question hanging out there, is where's that 25 coming from? And who, so far, seems to be the only people that have the wherewithal or have volunteered to contribute money to this? I'm concerned that it won't just be $25 million, that somewhere down the road, it might be a total of 50. And if no one else is willing to stand up, then it might be even worse than that. If they decide to run a pipe down to AVEC, that is not a $30 million project. That's a $100 million plus, and I'm being very generous. That's assuming everything goes well and pipe becomes free. So there's a lot of questions about this that need to be answered before I'd even consider this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if I hear no other motions or anything to move forward with?
One more motion.
Okay.
One more statement. I was very serious about having the city and the water district get together. I'd like to have Eric and Ron get a hold of Don, get something arranged, and I don't think there's any time to waste. We need to get together and get this thing going, and quit playing tag with each other and get something settled. I can be there anytime, any day, and I'm sure our whole board can be there. We'll meet with the council. Let's get something going. Thank you.
Okay, so now we will move on to the next item, which is what you were just talking about, which would be item 7E. With our response to the city's letter. Do what?
I don't believe any vote is necessary.
We didn't have
I think
a motion
The consensus
made.
of the board is to go no further on this item, and we understand the direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so move to item E, district response to city council staff report dated September 1st, 2021, and related discussion at the city council meeting. So are you going to start this, Jim? Thank you.
Okay. First of all, this is the second agenda item on the Water District's board meeting that arose from the city council's meeting. It was supposed to address the request to finance the replenishment fee, which was just discussed, and we should be done with this. However, the staff report goes a lot further, blames pretty much the Water District for everything short of the pandemic. So in an attempt, I know you don't want to be here all night, I certainly don't. So in an attempt to straighten out and present a good picture, we're going to focus on two areas that I think the staff report and the accompanying discussion focused on. And one is that the Water District is entirely to blame for the overdraft. And the second one revolves around the discussion of the recent filing of the adjudication by the Water District. In that regard, some of the allegations that were made by the city in the staff report were so egregious that the Water District authorized Doug Everett to come up here from Orange County to address some of the representations and really what it means to file an adjudication. Doug and his firm, Murphy and Everett, were retained some time ago to assist the district as we were going forward and litigation was being filed. Doug's firm and Doug himself is uniquely qualified. He specializes in water rights as well as valuation issues and condemnation, which is actually the first time I talked to Doug related to condemnation. So when we start talking about the adjudication, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Doug and let him discuss it because he is more familiar and certainly more qualified to address the questions and any further questions that they might have. So I'm going to try to stay with the statement to stay on point. There's a lot of things that could be said. Here's a rough draft of the transcript. The little tabs on the end, those are the most egregious things that were said. There's more, but I'm going to try to get you out of here tonight. First and importantly, the Water District Board is disappointed that it had to place an agenda item entitled Response to City Council Staff Report on the agenda tonight. The subject of the city staff report is entitled Discussion of the Ridgecrest City Council to consider a request to the Indian Wells Valley Water District to finance its replenishment fee. However, if anybody read the staff report out there, you're aware that the staff report largely ignores the replenishment fee issue, the financing issue, and instead blames the water district for the overdraft and essentially every other water-related issue that's facing the Indian Wells Valley. Remember that this issue was first brought up at the GA's board meeting in August, and at that time, Director Rator, who is the water district's representative on the GA, specifically and unequivocally said the water district will put the issue on the September 13th agenda. So I question the need for a 5-page report from the city asking a question that the district had already agreed to. It's not going to be the intent. It's not my intent to disparage other public agencies or other interests that are mentioned in here. However, it's undeniable that they're part of what's facing the valley. They're major players, and that's why they're going to be mentioned. The most troubling aspect of the staff report is that the obvious purpose is to sway public opinion against the water district and force the water district to finance the GA's replenishment fee. Staff report contains 5 pages of misrepresentations, half-truths, and omissions, all in an attempt to sway public opinion. As I've stated, the Water District's response will focus on 2 main issues that were highlighted in the city staff report, the overdraft and the recent filing of comprehensive adjudication. It's important to note as a public agency, it's our job to help educate the public with facts and let the public form their own opinions. Unfortunately, the city staff report only adds more confusion and misunderstanding as to what's really happening in the Indian Wells Valley Basin. This presentation will be the Water District's attempt to provide a full and complete picture of what has and is happening in the Indian Wells Valley with respect to water resources. It's going to be tough. There's a lot going on, but I'm going to give it a go. But before I go there seems to be a lot of confusion and misunderstanding about who the players are. So I'm just going to briefly state and clarify who they are. You're sitting in the boardroom of the Indian Wells Valley Water District. We're a county water district and we're formed pursuant to the California Water Code. And our primary purpose is to serve water to customers within our boundaries. The boundaries of the water district largely are similar to the cities. And in fact, we serve the same constituents in essence. The Water District's authority is also largely limited to its geographic boundaries. It means we can't impact or change what's happening outside the district's boundaries. And that's important when people start casting the blame for the entire overdraft on the water district. The city of Ridgecrest, their staff report, so they're one of the members. I think everybody's aware of the city of Ridgecrest. They have zoning and land use powers within the city's jurisdiction. And the county also is involved, and they also have land use and zoning powers within the county of Kern. So the land use and zoning powers are effectively held by the city within the city limits, and everything else within Kern County is under the Kern County's authority. So remember that as we move forward. The last player that I'm going to point out is the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority. It was formed pursuant to SGMA, and we'll go a little bit more into that. Now, part of the confusion is the name, Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority, Indian Wells Valley Water District. So when I say the GA or the Groundwater Authority, I'm talking about the Groundwater Authority and not the Water District. For example, The replenishment fee that was just discussed by Mr. Stahili, that is a replenishment fee that was adopted and imposed by the Groundwater Authority. It is not a water district fee. It is not a cost for delivering water. SGMA allows local agencies with either water supply, water management, or land use responsibilities to form a GSA. We do have a local GSA, and it's got 5 members: the Water District, the County of Kern, the City of Ridgecrest, Inyo County, and San Bernardino County. There are also 2 ex officio non-voting members of the GA, and that is the Navy and the Bureau of Land Management. The reason that they are non-voting members is because the state does not have the authority to dictate over the federal government, the Federal Supremacy Clause. So those are the players, and try to remember their roles and responsibilities as we move forward. And it's also important to note that all 4 of those public agencies, they're all separate and distinct. They all have their own enabling legislations. They all have their own roles and responsibilities. And all of us, the water district, the city, and the county, all have roles with respect to water resources within this valley. You wouldn't know it from reading the staff report, but it is in fact true. So I'm going to go on to the water draft now. In an attempt to sway public opinion, the staff report blames the entire overdraft on the water district and presumably the need to finance the replenishment fee. To summarize the city's staff report, it says that the water district was historically charged with preserving and maintaining the groundwater supply, but failed to take the necessary steps. Hold on a sec. Failed to take the necessary steps to maintain the groundwater supply. Conveniently, there's no mention of the city or the county or their potential role in this. Before I go any further, and if you wonder if the city or the county has any water management responsibilities or authority, I'm not going to go into a bunch of statutes and bore you, but here I've got the Joint Powers Agreement that was that forms the Joint Powers Authority, the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater, the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority. As part of the JPA that formed it, Section 405, nothing set forth in this agreement shall be deemed to modify or otherwise limit a county's or city's police powers in any way or its authority to regulate groundwater under existing law or any amendment thereto. They do have authority to manage groundwater, an obligation, a responsibility, if you will. Not in the staff report. The GSP estimates that the safe yield of the basin is approximately 7,650 acre feet. The current pumping is estimated at 22 to 25,000 acre feet. Some might dispute the numbers, but the impact is the same. We are in critical overdraft. We are pumping way more water than's going into the basin. So we've got an annual pumping deficit of around 15 to 18,000 acre feet. Domestic pumping, Searles Valley, and Navy pumping is currently estimated around 11 to 12,000 acre feet, with the water district pumping about 6,300 acre feet. The remaining pumping is largely agriculture, which is located outside of the district's boundaries and are subject to the county zoning and well permitting authority. Why does the staff report ignore this critical fact when blaming the overdraft on the water district? The city staff report states that the water district was historically charged with preserving the groundwater supply. What about the county and the city? Both are required to prepare general plans, which are required to include the location and designation, extent of uses of all land, and shall consider the zoning and natural resources. The county has sole authority over land use within Kern County outside of the city, which includes zoning for agriculture and well permitting authority. And I don't mean to disparage agriculture with these numbers, but the numbers are there, and again, they're part of the story. Agricultural pumping at its peak amounted to approximately 65% of the basin pumping, all subject to county zoning and well permitting authorities. These farms are not located within the district boundaries. We don't serve them, they don't receive district water, yet the water district is somehow to blame for their pumping? Another example, the county's, and I use this example for a couple of reasons, but the county's Indian Wells Valley Land Use Management Plan of 2015 is another example of the county's authority over water resources. Briefly stated, you'll remember that it was the county's attempt to amend the general plan to address the overdraft and the really the new pumping that was coming into the valley. During a presentation in Inyo Kern on February 12th, 2014, the county stated its water management goal and strategies included consideration of adopting a groundwater management ordinance. Was that done? And to consider legal measures, which include injunction and adjudication. And we'll talk about more on adjudication later. And also note that any pumper can file an adjudication, not just the water district. One city council member questioned the water district's actions in attempting to limit water use and supporting the county, stating, I don't think the water district has done their part. When the district's general manager, Don Zaziba, mentioned the 3 letters sent by the water district to the county, the council member responded that he would sure like to see them because that statement keeps coming up. Well, I'm going to read a portion of each of those 3 letters so you all know that they exist. The first one is dated August 15th, 2014, and it is from the Water District to the Kern County Planning and Community Development Program, Ross Furman. Kern County Supervisor Mick Gleason was CC'd on this. Just some segments. I write this letter to express support for the county pursuing potential amendments to the Kern County General Plan and the Indian Wells Valley Specific Plan that may include the removal of all agricultural zone designations on land that is not currently farmed. Although Indian Wells Valley Water District supports the overall project, we are concerned about the potential window that is open between now and the time the final EIR is certified and/or project is approved that may allow a property owner with the resources and desire to drill a well and plant a crop or orchard before the window closes and the zone designation is changed. The county needs to address and prevent this scenario from occurring. We recognize and understand the importance of responsible groundwater management and feel addressing the land use designations and zone classifications is critical to achieving the ultimate goal of sustainability within the Indian Wells Valley Basin. Lastly, we also agree with the proposal to amend the county zoning ordinance to require a site plan review prior to clearing native vegetation, as we have witnessed locally, extensive clearing of native vegetation without a plan to provide mitigation measures for control of fugitive dust can have significant, long-lasting negative impacts on a regional scale. Second letter, October 20th, 2014. This letter follows our early letter and is intended to express support for the County Board of Supervisors' willingness to take aggressive action in addressing the existing groundwater situation within the Indian Wells Valley Basin. Recent additional demands on the aquifer have resulted in localized increases in the rate of decline. Clearly, this trend cannot be allowed to continue. It is time for definitive action, and the recent Sustainable Groundwater Management Act legislation signed by Governor Brown is further reinforcement of that fact. A sustainable aquifer is a critical component for the continued presence of NAWS in the Indian Wells Valley planet. Until such time as the GSP required by SGMA can be developed and implemented, it is imperative that safeguards are in place to ensure that our groundwater resource is protected. Finally, the third letter, dated March 13th, 2015. And the draft EIR was already released and commented on. We wish to further commend and express support to the County Board of Supervisors for recognizing the need to address the existing groundwater situation within the Indian Wells Valley Basin. The recent influx of additional demands on the aquifer has served to increase awareness among the residents, as these new demands have resulted in localized increases in the rate of decline in well levels, a trend that is not sustainable and that may lead to significant adverse impacts, including water wells going dry and land subsidence. I could go on, but these are the letters that the district wrote in support of the county's efforts to limit agriculture. So when it said that there was no letters, we did nothing, nothing could be further from the truth. An additional issue that was brought up at the city council meeting involved an alleged sale of land which resulted in an alleged loss of district water rights. I again disagree with the interpretation of the transfer. And so there's no misunderstanding. This involved a land swap between the water district and Mojave Pistachio. The Meads were involved in the negotiations, and most of them were done. At the time of the transfer, Mojave Pistachios owned 240 acres right next to the district's southwest well field, and they drilled a well. We call it Well 36 now. The southwest well field undeniably has the best quality water in the basin, and the Mojave Pistachio had the ability to farm right next to the well field. The district has what we call the northwest well field, which is Brown Road. Around Brown Road, it was 407 acres. In an effort to push the agricultural pumping away from the district's southwest well field, we entered into a swap with Mojave Pistachios. We acquired the 240 acres. They got the northwest well field. There was appraisals done on it, and it was a beneficial deal for both. Part of the agreement said that Mojave Pistachio and the Meads would not be involved in any farming operations or water-consuming activities in a certain area, and in exchange, the district said, we won't pump for 25 years in a triangle. Don could better describe it.
It's a triangle formed by Brown Road, Highway 395, and Highway 178.
So that's the land transaction. It wasn't a sale, it was a transfer, and there was a very express purpose to transfer, and that was to keep agricultural pumping away from the best quality water that the district serves to its customers. That was the only thing the district could do, because we don't have the authority to go outside. So, and further evidence, Mojave Pistachio is farming today, so they did have that right. And Josh, if I may ask you, are you farming on those 407 acres? So,
No, we are not and have no intention to.
so of the 407 acres that the district swapped with Mojave, they're farming on none of it. So I fail to see how we have enabled Mojave Pistachio to have farming operations, which is what the staff report said by the city. The district has taken additional actions in an attempt to address the overdraft conditions. We've purchased land in Inyo County as a potential source of an imported water supply. However, Inyo County presently has an export ordinance which prevents the exportation of groundwater from Inyo County, another example of a county's water management power. The district has enacted conservation ordinances. We now require Xeriscape and to sign a covenant not to plant future grass within a certain area if you're going to receive district water. We obtained grants for a Cash for Grass program, and we implemented that. The district has taken many actions in an attempt to conserve water in recognition of the critical need for water. All of these actions by the district has resulted in a reduction of approximately 30% since 2007. I focused much on Kern County due to the location of the agricultural operations and the county well and permitting authority. However, it's important to note that the city also has similar responsibilities as the county. The city's general plan adopted in 2009 has specified goals regarding water. Most relevant to today's discussion are the goals and policies of the city, which includes goal OSC 6.5, and that's the open air and land element of the county. The goal states, the city shall discourage further increases in groundwater extraction for water-intensive uses, such as non-native landscaping and water-intensive agricultural crops. So now I ask the city, where are your letters opposing the new agriculture? What action has the city taken to address the action? The point is, not to disparage the other agencies, the point is that all the public agencies up here, we all bear some responsibility for the overdraft conditions. It isn't productive and it certainly isn't truthful to blame all of the problems on one public agency. The second focus of the city staff report was about the Water District's recent filing of the comprehensive adjudication. Words and phrases like legally deficient attack, Water District is betting, and finally, this strategy is both reckless and its text and goals are used to describe the adjudication. The city should be careful when describing the actions of another public agency like this, especially when they are based on staff assumptions. Mr. Everett is going to address the allegations about the adjudication made in the city report, but I need to put a couple things in perspective first. People have asked why the district filed the adjudication. I can't provide specific reasons for filing the adjudication, as a decision was made by each of the five Water District board members, each with their own opinions. The discussions regarding whether or not to file the comprehensive adjudication, these happen in closed session, and they're not subject to disclosure by the public. While I can't give you specific reasons, it's important to realize that the adjudication was not filed in a vacuum, and the present circumstances within the Indian Wells Valley cannot be ignored when we talk about the adjudication. Two minutes. Sorry about that. Okay, so here's a brief summary of what the district, where the district has been and where they are, and it might give you a little bit of perspective of why we filed the comprehensive adjudication. SGMA became effective January 1, 2015, and allows local agencies with water and land use powers to form a GSA, which is then tasked with developing and implementing a groundwater sustainability plan that achieves basin sustainability within 20 years or by the year 2040. The GA timely adopted its GSP, and it's presently being reviewed by DWR. The GSA has to adopt and then submit the approved GSP to the Department of Water Resources. The Department of Water Resources reviews the GSP, the plan, and determines whether it's sufficient or insufficient in any way. There hasn't been a final decision on whether DWA has any issues with the GSP. The GSP estimates an annual safe yield of 7,050 acre feet and annual pumping around 22 to 25,000 acre feet. The GSP assumes that the Navy's Federal Reserve water right takes the entire safe yield and allocates it to domestic providers after the Navy has used its portion of the safe yield, which is approximately 1,450 acre feet. Any pumping over the safe yield is subject to the replenishment fee, which is intended to purchase imported water for future needs. Under the GSP, the Water District receives approximately 4,300 acre feet of excess Navy water, which is replenishment free, meaning we don't have to pay the replenishment fee for that 4,300 acre feet. The district pumps around 6,300 acre feet, so around 2,000 acre feet of the district's pumping is subject to the replenishment fee to the annual tune of around 4.25, if that's what I heard Ty say. Neither Mojave Pistachio nor Searles Valley Mineral received any excess Navy pumping, so all of their pumping is subject to the replenishment fee. There's been a lot of talk about this in the paper and so on, so you may be aware of that. As a result of this, each Mojave Pistachio and Searles Valley filed their own separate lawsuits attacking the GSP and all of the related actions, including the replenishment fee. These are known as reverse validation actions. These cases are currently pending in Orange County, and the timing of any final decision is unknown. Without speculating on the outcome, it's conceivable that any decision could impact the GSP and/or the replenishment fee. The GSP or the replenishment fee could be found invalid, and that is not a legal opinion, it's just one option. The city attorney described the reverse validation cases as, quote, apples and oranges when compared to the adjudication. They also made a point about the water district's attorney's fees. The city council stated that all water district attorney's fees were for the adjudication, as the water district isn't involved in the reverse validation actions, so it's really not relevant to the discussion. I disagree. The water district is a party to each of the reverse validation actions. We filed an answer on the water district's behalf, not as part of the GA, but as a water district, as a separate and distinct individual entity. There are water rights allegations, primarily by Searles Valley, that they have senior rights over the Navy and the water district, so the water district is a party in that matter in case allegations are made and the district feels that we need to be in a position to protect our interests. So it's not accurate to say that we're not involved with the in those lawsuits, or to say that they're not part of the attorney's fees. Those cases are currently pending, and so we have to consider those. In addition to the two reverse validation actions, Mojave Pistachio filed a complaint against the Water District, Searles Valley, and Meadowbrook, requesting a limited physical solution as between those four pumpers. This limited physical solution was filed in November 2019. Notably, the Navy was not named in this lawsuit, which, as Mr. Evans will explain, is important. At a minimum, the Water District would have to defend the Mojave Pistachio action, which could then subject the Water District to similar potential lawsuits by other pumpers. If we get a court determination on 4 pumpers, and you got 1,000 pumpers in there, well, that judgment, it doesn't relate to the other 996, all of which are entitled to bring a lawsuit against the district to determine their water rights. So even if we don't file the comprehensive adjudication, we still have to defend against this request for a limited physical solution. All of this leads to further uncertainty with what's going on, which was also addressed by Ty. The last thing, the Navy and its Federal Reserve water rights, it's critical to the Indian Wells Valley, and the only true way to determine the Navy's Federal Reserve water right is to file a comprehensive adjudication, which the Water District did. With all of those facts and circumstances, it's with that backdrop that I turn it over to Doug. Thank you.
Good evening. I'll pick up where Jim left off. And really the main purpose of the comprehensive adjudication long-term is to bring certainty, to have a permanent solution, and to allow for growth if the land use authority jurisdictions want to go that direction. If you read the GSP, and I know many of you have, that document concedes on its face 2 main points. Number one, the GSP, neither the GSP nor the authority has the ability to determine groundwater rights. The GSP will tell you that. Secondly, and maybe more importantly, the GA and the GSP has no jurisdiction over the federal government, obviously a main player out here in the valley. There is only one way to get the federal government involved in this, and let me get a little wonky on the law here, but the federal government is immune from state court jurisdiction and cannot be sued in state court unless there's a statute that provides, it's called the McCarran Amendment, The McCarran Amendment provides that if all parties who have water rights are brought into a water rights adjudication, the federal government waives its sovereign immunity and can be brought into the lawsuit. That's the very reason, one of the reasons that we filed, the board authorized the filing of this lawsuit, so we could have the federal government involved and at the table. We have been involved and had discussions with a number of folks from the federal government, including their attorneys. The attorney that's going to be the lead attorney for the federal government in this particular case also happened to be the lead attorney in the Antelope Valley adjudication that you heard the city attorney talking about last week. And so I'm glad that a particular attorney will be involved. He's knowledgeable, he's good to work with, and creative, and will hopefully come up with some good solutions working with us. Groundwater adjudications are not unique. They have been proven to be very effective mechanisms to come up with positive and long-term solutions to groundwater management when there's been a minimal supply. And what we do is we come up with creative solutions to, again, allow for growth, allow for sustainability. As Jim mentioned, without the adjudication, we'd still be facing a limited physical solution lawsuit brought by Mojave Pistachios. You hear the term physical solution, all it really means is a settlement, a solution, a contract, whatever you want to call it, but it's a court-imposed order that effectively manages the groundwater basin long-term with the players involved. There was discussion at the city council meeting. I heard the word Armageddon used several times. No, this is not Armageddon. And there is no intention to cut anyone's water rights back by 75%. What a water rights adjudication normally does, this is what occurred in the Antelope Valley, it's what occurred in the Mojave River adjudication, is water rights are determined for each pumper. Then what do you do with that? There are a lot of creative things that can be done. Agricultural interests can transfer those water rights and sell them if they so choose. They don't have to, but without an adjudication, you cannot transfer a groundwater right, number one. Number two, establishing a water right will set up at least what we did in the Antelope Valley, is water producers can produce their water right essentially for free. But if they want to produce water above and beyond what they've been allocated, then there's a fee that goes with that, and that fee will then be used for a variety of things. It could be used for imported water, could be used for recycled water, could be used for a brackish water program. I'm not an engineer, so I'm not going to speculate as to what might be the best solution, but there are a variety of solutions that can come out of this and should come out of this. I'm speaking for the board here, and I don't want to get out in front of the board, but the goal of the adjudication is to bring everybody back to the table and to have open dialogue, open discussions on how to solve the water supply situation out here in the valley and have a long-term solution that works for everybody. As I mentioned before, the GSP cannot determine water rights by law, and nor can it involve the federal government, and the federal government cannot be bound by anything that the authority may want to do. I think Jim mentioned the Department of Water Resources. They obviously are looking at the GSP now. The Department of Water Resources has offered their assistance in facilitating negotiations and discussions among the stakeholders. The DWR sent that letter out, I believe it was in July. The Water District Board authorized us to send a response in August, and we accepted that request. So our goal here is to get the stakeholders involved as soon as we can. I've received, and I can say this publicly, but we've received calls from all the major stakeholders wanting to sit down and chat with us, the agricultural interests, Searles Valley, the federal government, and that's our intent, is to, whether it's with DWR or other processes or both, is our plan is to work with all the stakeholders and come up with a solution that hopefully works for everyone. End of speech.
Is that it? Do you have any other, Jim? No. Okay. At this time, I would like to open it up to the city. Kyle, if you'd like to come up, you had some comments. Anything you'd like to say? We'd like to hear that.
I had a lot prepared, but you guys sort of just shut all that down.
Well, we're not trying to do that. We want to hear what you have to say. And
No, so it's, and I'll shoot from the hip. I left my notes at my seat on purpose. The first thing is, and I'll say this, since I work for the Navy, I won't speak on behalf. My opinions are my own, and I will not in any way discuss anything to do with the Navy. also been advised not to discuss anything to do with litigation, as you guys can probably understand. That needs to be left alone. And of course, the last thing I want to do is start talking about adjudication with a couple of lawyers. So I'm gonna leave that alone, gentlemen. So Chuck, I appreciate your words about extending a hand, and let's take a positive step forward. So I think we can all agree, as was said multiple times, that we all have a stake in why we are where we are. And I think we could sit and cite numbers and facts. We all have them in our head, I'm sure, on the tips of our tongues. The data going back, we know about salt water in the Northwest. We know about supposedly a lot of water in the El Pasos. We know that a lot of data still needs to be collected. There's a great amount of work to do to get us where we need to be. And so I'm just going to express what I came here to express, and that is, we saw that, as we talk, because we have probably the same conversations that you do, so that I'm sure you guys have your own internal politics, and there's a lot going on with your staff, and you have your own operations. And so I understand that a lot was assumed, okay? And so I didn't come here to disparage at all any of the board or any of the staff. I come here to express the city council would like the fee, of course. We would like to see it financed, but you guys already gave us that answer, so we don't really need to talk much more about that. Seeing us all on the same path, rowing in the same direction, I think would be beneficial to the citizens. Now, I'm sure you're wondering, why would I even then choose to get right back up here and say it? I think that you probably know. It was stated, at least, I'm sure, somewhere in that report that you guys are not so fond of. It was stated somewhere that we would like to see the ratepayer pay less money. I'm sure we would all like to see that. You guys know that you already financed it to 5 years. I'm shooting from the hip again, so just, you're already financing it to 5 years. The logical financing it then to 30, right? It seems like it wasn't a bridge too far. Okay, it didn't seem unreasonable for me to come here to ask this of the district. I still don't think it's unreasonable, but I accept your answers, your staff report. Okay, that makes sense. And you guys, I'm sure, appreciate your staff just as I appreciate mine. So with that, I don't know that there's a whole lot more to say. I don't think I need to throw any numbers at you, and I certainly didn't come here to harangue the water district, just to make sure that you understand it is a priority for the city. We would like to see that. It was stated, essentially by everybody in this room. We know we're in a critically overdrafted basin. I don't think that I need to keep bringing it up or beat a dead horse. I think we know there's only so many ways to fix that, and imported water is one of them. And I think we know that the cost of water is going up exponentially, day by day, minute by minute, I'm sure, right? The quicker we can get a hold of that entitlement, the better. So that's really the extent of what I came here to express today, gentlemen. And I can offer it up. I also asked my city manager to come here and support, just in case there was something I couldn't answer, or he had data that I didn't have, and you guys had any additional questions. But I do appreciate the hand forward, and I'm always here to discuss at any moment in time. I've tried to make myself available to anybody who's asked it. So I appreciate your time.
Any board members have any comments for Kyle or questions or?
Well, nobody's forcing you, Stan.
I'd be glad to comment. Since I had some prepared remarks, I'll probably just start there. I would like to emphasize something that Director Cordell mentioned earlier, in that I believe the solution to the current water problems is that the water district and the city work together in a mutual interest of the ratepayers and the citizens. I think we probably all agree there, I hope. I would like to give 3 examples of things that have happened in the past or are going to happen in the future that have created a problem in us doing that. Example 1 is the water district sent a letter to the city in May of 2020 recommending a cooperative partnership to recycle water. I'm not going to read the whole letter. Hopefully some of you have seen the letter, but the last paragraph says, by way of this letter, the Indian Wells Valley Water District is formally requesting a commitment from your city council for city and district staffs to initiate negotiations, when appropriate, on an agreement meeting both our objectives in the best interest of the citizens of Ridgecrest and the district's ratepayers. We look forward to your response. I think it's no secret that we never got a response to our letter. We put out a hand of friendship to work with the city, got no response. To me, the message is clear. At that point in time, it was pretty clear the city did not want to work with the water district, and I'm sure you should be able to understand that that didn't set very well with many of the water district directors. The second example is I have told Director Heyman to give me a call if he had a question regarding water district intentions. However, instead of a phone call recently, the city published a 5-page manifesto against the water district. And I think we've gone through more detail than we maybe had to in that. We spent a lot of money doing it that we should not have had to do. I think a 5-minute or 10-minute phone call to either me or to our general manager should have been able to answer most of the misunderstandings that were in that manifesto. Partnering is a two-way street. I think we need to partner, we need to communicate, continue to communicate, and I'm speaking director to director or director to councilman. We don't need to talk through a lawyer. We don't need to talk through a general manager. We need to talk. We need to communicate. We need to figure out what our mutual objectives are, because obviously they got to be the citizens and the ratepayers in my mind. That should be a given. So don't be afraid to communicate. The third example is that the city has indicated that it could take up to 20 years to resolve the adjudication lawsuit. I think that's just fear-mongering, quite frankly. It wasn't brought up in the discussion just now, but that really upset me, quite frankly. I think what is going to extend the time frame to settle the lawsuit is the major stakeholders not communicating. My feeling is if we get together, we talk about it, we communicate, 20 years is a totally ridiculous number, and I'm hoping for something a whole lot less. But it's going to require, especially the city, I mean, all stakeholders, but especially the city and the water district to communicate. And by the way, I appreciate you standing up here tonight. Of course. I wish there would have been more people that had volunteered. And I don't mean to use you as a whipping boy.
No, that's what I'm here for.
Even though it maybe sounds that way, that's not the intention. I want to work with you. I want to work with all the other members of the council. And I'm sure I can't actually speak for any of them, but I'm convinced that based upon our discussions, we all want to work with you and the city council. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Stan.
Thank you, Stan.
Do you want me to say anything back?
Absolutely, anything you want to say.
Sorry, I shouldn't have popped a mint in right there. But what I was going to say is I do have things to say back, but I won't do that specifically for the reason that what I don't want to do, and I didn't come here tonight, I want to reiterate, I didn't come in here for a tit for tat. I think we can fall into that real quick, and I want to state that very plainly. You guys have all been around probably longer than I have. You know more about what's going on. I've been on the council for 2 years. The amount of just stuff sticking in my head that we could both blame on each other is not needed, in my opinion. So I'm gonna leave that out. And that's not directed directly at you, Stan, but there's a few things you said that I could go, well, what about this, or what about that? And I think that as soon as we do that, that's when we kill communication. I don't want to do that. So, I'm sorry, anybody else? Go ahead.
Anything?
Yeah, thank you for standing up. When I first came into this position, much like you, I didn't have a whole lot of background. I live out in the county. I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to Ridgecrest politics. I've gotten a dose of that, both working on the GA as a TAC member before, which I'm not now. and now, of course, this position I have today. I think the other board members might be willing to mention that when we do get it together and have our closed sessions, one of the things I try to strive for is, let's try to work this out, right? Do we
Sure.
need to confront this? Do we?
Absolutely.
It's important. A large piece of this, to me, feels like stepping into Kentucky and visiting with the Hatfields and the McCoys. You know, there's been a lot of tension over a long period of time. A lot of the reasons the tension is there might even not be remembered anymore, but just passed on member to member, and, you know, we can't trust them because all that's in the past. We've got to solve this problem. It's hugely important that the water situation in this valley come under control, and we are a principal piece of that.
Absolutely.
And I stand committed to work with you guys. I don't know the best way we can do it. Brown Act gets in the way of everything.
It does.
But, you know, we've got to figure a way to move forward and try to put bygones by bygones and move forward as best we can.
Yeah, Mr. Boyd, I couldn't agree more. We need to, I mean, the Brown Act is there for a reason. You know, we know it, keep everybody transparent, keep things operating how they should. It does keep us from, I'm sure, sitting around a table, right? We would have to agendize it, and then we'd need to sit down and do everything properly. I get all that. But it doesn't mean that we can't have conversations. You know, we can go to lunch. And so I'll tell you that as soon as our staff report came out, one of the first things I did was get a hold of your general manager. And I wanted to sit down and said, Don, I'm guessing that you're not going to be happy about this letter. And he said, you are correct. And I want you to sit down at this table and we're going to talk about this for a little while. And I just so I got his perspective, just so I understood what was going on. And I thought that was important. I still think it's important. And I think that if, reversed, I'm sure that you would have a different perspective, some of you board members, if you were to sit down with, and maybe some of you have, I'm not saying you haven't, sat down with Ron Strand. So there is some communication that needs to be improved. And I think that we are probably all striving towards the same goal. I'm hoping. And I said something during the council meeting that I'm gonna reiterate, and it was that I don't want to think of a valley where we have the city and the water district, who was around just a little bit before the city, I believe, with differing goals. I don't want to see us separating. I don't want to see any incongruencies, and I feel, just as a citizen, that's probably how the public perceives us right now. They see incongruencies. They see mixed messages. They see stuff in the newspapers. You have two different newspapers with two different opinions. You have social media and a slew of misinformation. It's constant. It's constant, and I'm hoping we can clear some of that up. I would like to, anyways. Anything else?
Yeah, Kyle, I appreciate your support on everything. And I do know all the city council members, the mayor, most of the people that work for the city. And I know our council, I know what we want to do, the directors. And I think it can all be worked out if we just get it together. No more letter writing, and sit down like grown people and do it. So
Yeah, I'm a big fan of standing up man to man.
I think that it needs to start happening, like ASAP, before any of this occurs again, as far as blaming who on who and what. And anyway, that's where I'm at.
We've mentioned a few times about leaving legal counsel out of conversations. I don't know how much of a fan you guys are. I don't know. I'm just making sure you guys.
Director Satamon?
Yeah, Jim actually agreed with us on that.
I did. It's time for the policymakers to talk among themselves without staff.
Sir.
I do believe, no, I'm going to say that, no hedging, but our goals are the same. I believe that. So the California Department of Water Resources has offered to mediate, and the Water District has accepted that offer. I hope that the City Council will consider that offer as well and will ultimately accept the mediation, because I believe that the mediation will be the clearest path forward to coming to a solution that will benefit everybody in the valley.
We have accepted.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Is it on now?
Yeah.
I just want to thank Kyle. As he stated, he did call Don when the staff report came out. Kyle also called me, and I met with Kyle. We had a great discussion, and I want to say I appreciate that. Solomon also reached out to me, and I want to thank Solomon for that. We are a small community. We're a tight community. I went to dinner last night with my wife and children, and I seen 2 board members on the city council at the same restaurant having dinner with us. We are a small community. We had a great event Saturday, probably one of the best in the United States of America.
Agreed.
And who marched in that event? All of us. No, none of the attorneys. They don't care about this town. They're not here for that. We are here. We are what matters, are the people in this room and in the people at the city council. We are what has to work together. I've met with Ron Strand and I've met with Scott Heyman, and we've discussed wastewater. The Water District has a great desire to work with the city on the wastewater. We have to sit down together. We have to work out a plan. I would hope it's separate of the jail. I'll say it. I think that the Water District in this city, we are the voters. We can control working out a deal on wastewater. We have put money into it. One of the reasons that I would be against, which I stated, financing the replenishment fee was building a wastewater treatment facility. It is very important to come up with a plan to build a facility, to inject the water, which I believe is the best idea, and then have it go in. But we have to work together, and that's what I'm asking for. I want to say a few things, not insulting the city, because I do not feel that we should ever insult the city. If our attorney would have wrote that letter, I would have made a motion for his dismissal tonight, would have been my motion. Our staff was insulted, and I want to commend our staff, because I think we have the greatest staff from the board, from the president, I mean, not from the president, of course, the president's great, but from the general manager to our operations and our field staff. We went through an earthquake, and we got accused of having crumbling infrastructure. Our stuff made it through an earthquake. Our staff worked. The city was never without water. They did a great job, and we don't have crumbling infrastructure. We have pipelines that don't connect together, or they bottleneck down into smaller pipe, so we don't get enough flow. So we need to change a few things, but we don't have a crumbling infrastructure. I guarantee if you look at our system, it's in better shape than most systems. We've got rid of all of our old pipe, and we work continually to do that. So our infrastructure is not crumbling. We need bigger tanks because we're required to have taller tanks for earthquake, because the water has to be able to slosh. The tanks aren't in bad shape, but we have these things that are required that we have to do to meet the new laws. So the deal was brought up, and it really bothers me about the Water District not striving for or not contributing to the GSA, because I think the Water District has been behind the GSA to start with. They've contributed money to start it, to fund it. They've took many steps to, as Jim mentioned, to purchase land in Inyo County to look at an imported water source in the future. We just did SkyTim with a grant from the state that was not even, the GSA won't even consider the data from that to look at how our basin is formed and what kind of layers we have and where hydrology, they won't even consider that. So the district has spent money, and we want to continue to look for solutions, and we want to work with the city. It is our desire to work with the city on the same page and be together as one. None of this conflict crap. It's ridiculous.
I like hearing that, Chuck.
So I just want to say thank you to you and Solomon both for stepping up and reaching out. And I consider every one of the city council members my friend, so I would hope that
And
that's still the
likewise,
same.
and I appreciate the beer you gave me.
Oh, you're welcome. It was a good beer.
I did. It was a good beer. Yeah, no, and in that same vein, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Don. You had something to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge again and thank you for reaching out. As you'll recall, you called me the Friday morning before the city council meeting on the following Wednesday.
Yep.
And said, could I speak to you before the council meeting? And I said, I'm free right now. Can you come on down? You came right down. And we spent 2 hours going through that staff report, paragraph by paragraph, line by line. You took many notes. I appreciated you asking for my perspective and comments on the staff report. I think your recollection of my reaction was probably milder.
Yeah. I'm trying to be nice, Don.
I appreciate that. But I can't tell you how much I appreciated you reaching out and saying, help me understand this a little bit better. On Monday, Solomon called me. He wanted to talk to me as well, so I want to appreciate Solomon. I expressed appreciation for Solomon reaching out, again, to try and understand a little bit more the district's perspective of what was contained in the staff report. So that is an example of great communication, and I think you deserve a lot of credit, both of you, for reaching out.
Thank you, Don. I appreciate that. And, you know, and something that, and I want to keep putting this out for the public, something that Chuck and I discussed is that we fully understand that we have some differing opinions on where water is, where it stands, the data. I mean, I'm a data guy. Again, I'm not allowed to talk about the Navy and talk about the work I do, but I'm a data guy. I want to see, I want to see science, okay? So we're going to have opinions, and they're going to differ, and I'm sure that that's where we're always going to end up at. And so I hope that we can see past those. I don't know if we are too far down the road. I don't think we are. I hope we're not. I'm sure that, or I hope Keith Lemieux's watching this right now, and he's probably got a list of notes, and he's like, oh, this kid. But that's okay. That's all right. Gentlemen, was there anything else you have?
Keith is watching. I have one more question. We were accused of creating the farms, the 1,600 acres of trees, by the land swap that Jim was talking about. So, Josh, could you answer, has there been a new tree planted since that land swap? No. I did not think so. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Yeah, and I know there was some, at least it's been expressed here tonight, animosity towards our staff. And that's okay, I understand it. I told Don that. I get it. But as a council member, at least for the city council, it's very important to me personally that I stand behind our staff. And I will always do that. If we have anything internal that we don't appreciate, we discuss that behind closed doors. I talk to our city manager. But I'm always going to stand behind our staff to the public, because I think we need to present a united front. And I think you guys probably are trying to do the same thing. You present a united front, even if you have internal politics. That's on you, right? You do that to yourselves in closed doors. And then maybe we can try to do that, together.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, of
Thank
course.
you very much.
Yep.
Okay, now we'll move on to public comment on this discussion. If there's any public comment, please come forward.
Go ahead.
Yes, this is Judy Decker again for the members of the City Council. I would like to say that for over 30 years, off and on, the Water District has tried to negotiate with the city on the wastewater. And here we are. I would also like to say congratulations to the board and the staff. I don't know who pushed the hardest, but I congratulate you for entering into adjudication. It also is something that should have been done 30 years ago. For you, Kyle, who wasn't even here, this basin has been in overdraft for over 50 years. That's a long time. Nature is unforgiving. You can say there's underground rivers, which we heard from some employees at a store or the speaker at the last GA meeting. There ain't no such thing. The only rivers are in the gutter. You need to work together. I have attended every GA meeting since its inception, and I was at the meeting that was referred to in 2014 in Inyokern. With my bald head in my hat because of chemotherapy. The years go by. The water is extracted. The years go by. The water is extracted. There is an end. You need to solve the problem. You and the city and those other members of the GA board. Lately, the GA meeting is like talking to the cat. Nobody says anything except Stan. And he asks them embarrassing questions they can't answer. Go for it, Stan. That's the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
I've just gotta stop this. You used the term Federal Reserve water rights. Explain what that is to us, please. No, it's very simple.
Oh, sorry.
It's very simple.
Okay, I'm
Go to the
listening.
Department of Justice website. If you search the term, somebody can do it right now, Federal Reserve water rights. This was a law that established over a number of cases over a number of years. It's not a law, it's a protocol. Okay? And it was intended for surface water. There's no law whatsoever involving groundwater at a federal level. It was surface water, and it was intended for Indian reservations. We're an Indian reservation, we're a sovereign nation. Well, yeah, you should have some water rights. There's a river flowing through the property. Or there's a state here and a state there and a river going through the state across line. I'm just,
No, but I want to make a statement if I could, is the point that I'd like to make is the federal government is asserting that they have a water right.
no, the
So-
Navy is.
Well,
The Navy is.
Fair
And-
enough.
And
But-
it's,
But let me finish. But we need to deal with that in the context of the adjudication. So.
no, we reject it outright. Reject it outright.
Okay.
Period.
That's
There's no law whatsoever involving military reservations on BLM land, period.
I appreciate that. but
Nellis-
that's a judge's decision. to
No,
make, not
it's
mine.
not a decision.
Excuse
It's
me,
the
Mike,
BL
I have to shut you
Excuse me.
down again because we're not discussing that
No,
agenda item.
I'm not stopping.
Well, we
You
can
look
come
it
back
up.
on the federal
Nellis Air
water.
Force Base
Excuse
was on
me,
Las Vegas land.
excuse
I
me,
don't want
sir.
to hear you say Federal Reserve water rights and navies.
Mr. President, hey, sir, we can have you removed for
No,
being
I can express
disruptive.
myself.
We want,
Within
we,
the
remove me.
confines
No,
of the
sir.
law, we don't want to.
we don't want to remove you. Please just wait till we get to the agenda item.
Attorney use the word Navy and Federal Reserve water rights in the same sentence. And you don't know what you're talking about. Am I making myself
We,
clear?
we want to hear you spot. Oh, thank you. Okay.
Put a stop to it. Get the Navy to knock it off. They're bullshitting us. You're the Navy. You're the Navy. Everybody's the Navy. Because they don't want to question the Navy. No, I'm not working together. I'm fighting.
I applaud both the district and the city working together. What has happened has happened. Let's just move forward. And I would like to say, when you guys get in the room together, again, they aren't part of our city, aren't even part of our county. But don't forget about Trona and Searles Valley. And as Jim has definitely pointed out, the county has a lot to be involved too. But we got to start locally. But please don't forget about Trona and Searles Valley. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
They don't care about trawlers.
We do care. And
No, they don't.
we want to say we care about every pumper, and every pumper is who we want to talk with.
They wouldn't listen to the Navy.
Okay, Mr. Neal, did you have public comment?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, we just had a long, excellent response, mature response by the Water District Attorney and numerous board members, as opposed to what you saw at the last council meeting. I don't know, Keith used manic depressive and he was on his up part of the curve or what, but that man went completely out of control, and you're all aware of it. So, and I saw it early on, so I went through it, paginated it back into Word documents so easy to deal with, and I saw highlighted all the egregious statements or exaggerations or lies or accusations, and thought, well, I'll just count them here. There's 16 of those, and I may have even missed one or two. Okay, so I just called this supposed report, and by the way, I made sure to find out, well, who created it. Keith Lemieux said, well, I wrote it, and I said, well, you get to own it, and he says, proudly. Okay, so he's arrogant in his attitude towards this board. That's indicative of the fact that if you've been watching what's going on and reading between the lines for the last 4 years, it's readily obvious that Keith Lemieux and Phil Hall, Mick Gleason, Ron Strand all work together, think they run the whole show. That's just a fact, okay? You can say I'm accusing people or whatever. This is what I see as a fact of the matter. And think of this, the fact that just tonight you got the letter from the GA board. Almost 2 weeks ago, you get this little attack by the supposed city attorney who, also gets to work and do all this influence to the GA. Well, this is the kind of thing that happens when you push a bully, his face in the ground, and he figures out he ain't getting away with it anymore. And then he gets up and he starts giving me, you're this, you're that, yeah, And what do you typically do? Well, you could either push his face back there, or just walk off because you know that he's a nothing. And that's what this piece of work is. It's just uncalled for, ridiculous, trying to foment dissension and animosity between you guys and the city for, and I haven't even figured out why, except for possibly he thinks he's going to get you riled up and get you to make rash statements and get some advantage over you coming into this water adjudication, because it's clear that all the little plans and backroom schemes of guys who have been running the show in this GA for the last 4 years plus, they are not looking forward to what might happen to their little plans when this adjudication gets worked out and water allocations fairly get distributed amongst the pumpers in this valley. So he didn't want it to happen. He's looking to get all the ammunition he can. So here's his staff report. And oh, by the way, now you see the city that's in their next to least senior, they're next to, Solomon's got less experience. Kyle's got the least experience in council after they send him up here. They don't send Heyman to stand up here and own the thing. He's not even in the room, is he? No surprise. So send Kyle, the most handsome council member up here, try to assuage you guys, try to calm things down, okay? But the letter's still out there. And did we see one single council member? I'm sure you guys listened to it. You were real interested. Did you hear one single council member object to what Keith Lemieux attacked you guys with? No. In fact, you heard it then and you heard it tonight. I stand behind my staff. Well, that's an indication of a big problem, because when you stand behind staff that pulls that kind of stuff, then you're making the wrong choices. I appreciate what you said, Chuck. If your attorney to come up with that kind of stuff, you'd have moved to dismiss him. And it shows you what the council's all about when they sit there and let a piece of work like this come across all on the public record now and not say one thing about it. Certainly not even approach thinking about getting rid of him. Okay, one of the best things that could happen for this water situation is for Keith Lemieux to be booted out of this valley and sent back where he sits in his offices down south. But they're not going to do it for whatever reason. So what you said tonight is sufficient. If I was you, I would want to take that staff report, put it through the shredder, put it in an envelope, send it back to city council and say, here, put that out, let that out to your desk. There's our response to your city attorney's staff report. Otherwise, we have no response at all.
Thank you.
I'm going to have to make a comment on Mike's talk up there. We've all made mistakes. We all did the letter writing. All of us did. Tonight, I'm trying to move past this point, Mike. I don't disagree with anything you said, but we got to move past this point and get on with what's at hand here, water. So, thank you.
This is Joshua Nugent again, just a real short statement. I want to say 8:30 at night. I appreciate that the city came and that the water district's talking, and that, I'm going to probably then duck and get out of the room so I don't get any arrow shot at me or anything after saying that. But I do think this is what the people of Ridgecrest should be seeing, is public officials at 8:30 at night trying to work through their issues. So appreciate that on both sides.
Thank you.
Ron Kosinski. First, I want to thank the board. I want to thank Kyle. I think that what I was pleading at the last city council meeting before I got nailed was exactly what you guys are doing. I asked for cooperation and working together. Jim, you did a wonderful job analyzing that manifesto, and that's what I'm going to start calling it now because that's exactly what it was. But what this really boils down to, and we maybe talk about that when the GA portion comes up, is you got to quit letting the lawyers do all the discussion. It's amazing when you watch the GA meetings, when it comes to these kind of issues, that all of a sudden, one board member, typically Stan or myself when I was on the board, was arguing with a lawyer. I was never arguing with any other board member, and I have a real problem with that. So that's how you get yourself in these kind of messes. You turn everything over to lawyers and say, whatever you do is right, and continue with it. No offense, Jim. But the point about it is as long as that continues to happen, it is just plain wrong. And I take, I feel bad about that last meeting. I also feel bad the way Don was treated, the way I was treated. I think I was attacked with somebody who didn't know the facts, who was mimicking what Phil Hall said, or mimicking what Keith Lemieux said. And I think the attack on the water district and the people that were speaking on behalf of it, I personally think this city owes them an apology. I honestly believe that. I think that at the next city council meeting, you can meet and say, we're clearly worth it, but yeah, we were wrong. Stand up and be strong enough to say you were wrong in issuing this manifesto. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank
I'm Don Decker. I think the board here has done a really excellent job this evening of trying to bring some peace to what is otherwise a disaster. The root of the problem, however, is still there, and that is we're trying to carve a pie that has very little left to carve amongst the various stakeholders. And, we can all hope that there could be an agreed upon solution, but in the end, somebody's going to lose here. And in fact, we all are going to feel a tighter situation than we ever have before. The other thing that I wanted to ask, actually a question, the comprehensive adjudication is without a doubt the most important, critical even, of the various pieces of court action that's on schedule. Should have been done a long time ago, as Judy Decker mentioned earlier. In fact, she and I had both talked about that before the city council and this board of directors many times, going way back. One of the problems that we see, the great majority of wells in this basin are, in fact, are domestic wells, the 800 or thereabouts. All of the major stakeholders have enough of a stakeholding to have the money and have the need to have legal support. But those 800 individual well owners are on their own, as it were. And my question, I think, to you, to attorneys, is what is the plan? What's the court's view of how those people are going to be, those 800, give or take, how are they going to be represented in the adjudication? They all have overlying water rights. A lot of them have property that's actually directly traceable to homesteading in the 1910, 20, 30 timeframe. But who is going, I mean, the individuals will fill in their reports and send them in, but who is actually going to represent that before the court? That's my question. And maybe it's too complicated for this evening, especially as late as we are, but I think that it's a question that needs to be thought about. Perhaps you already have. I didn't introduce myself fully, but Judy Decker and myself and friends put together the Domestic Well Owners Association of this basin. And I have been the chairman of that organization for, 7, 8 years, before the GA was even formed. So we've talked about this exact subject many times without any obvious resolution. So there I am.
Start off by saying it's an excellent question. And yes, it's a brilliant question and one that we are looking at. We understand that individual well owners and what we call de minimis producers is the term of art, likely do not have the financial means to quote unquote lawyer up. So we'll need to figure out ways to address that and at the same time treat them fairly. There might be opportunities for people like yourself to be involved and be a conduit of information back to well owners. But it's a lengthy discussion, an excellent question, and one that we're not ignoring, and nor is there any desire or intent to minimize the voices of these folks or adversely affect their ability to supply themselves with water.
Well, I appreciate your forthright answer. I know it's a legal situation that's complex. 800 individual attorneys somehow before the court seems absurd and financially impossible. A lot of the de minimis pumpers are rural, and the last thing they're interested in doing is to coming to court and trying to represent themselves or something like that. That's the last thing they would ever even think about. And yet at the same time, they've got to stand up and be counted.
Excellent points. I agree with you. And I'm getting ahead of myself, but there in some of the other adjudications, there have been scenarios where people that produce less than X amount of acre feet are effectively carved out. They get to continue to produce their water if they stay under that allotted amount. So that way they have a right to produce. They don't have to continue to be involved. And I'm not saying exactly what that's going to be the case here, but there are a variety of options that could be employed to make sure these people are taken care of.
Yes, and I fully appreciate that. One of the things that the Domestic Well Owners Association has done is to take a really good look at other adjudicated states, especially Nevada in particular, since it's close by, and how that's been, how the de minimis pumpers have been handled there. The problem, I guess, that I'm bringing up or I'm asking is how the fairness, how the strength that needs to be present before the court for those 800, how that can come about in the face of the legal strength that will be brought to bear by the major parties, who in some cases have the weakest water right claims, but maybe the strongest legal effort. That I don't say it worries me, because I think that's not a very good way to start off. But at the same time, how do we have an actual representation?
I appreciate the comments, and there are ways to do that. I don't know if it's the mechanism here, but again, in the Antelope Valley, for example, there was a process set up where the small producers were represented through a class and a single attorney. I'm not saying that should or shouldn't happen here, but there are ways that representation can occur. And I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I was going to say, yes, we're still in the infancy of this whole process, but I appreciate exactly what you're saying. Points are extremely well taken. And
Well, and I thank you very much for listening to me. And I think that a class representation is probably the best approach. And we would very much like to be part of inputs and other aspects to it. There are some of the community, the domestic well community, that are prepared and would, in fact, have their own individual representation, but they're going to be rare. Thank you. Thank you all for patience, for listening to all of us here.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. I do want to let you and the public know that we do plan on having workshops, and we are going to have public outreach programs to talk about just what you were bringing up, because we want to make sure, we have discussed this, we want to make sure that everybody's included. So there will be workshops, and we will be doing stuff in the future.
Thank you. And, we've all been involved trying to reach out to the public, both the small well and owners and the water district customer base. And there are lots of people who have not been able to follow, for one reason or the other, the complexities of all of this, who get their news off of their damnable Facebook, and who know next to nothing about what's actually going on, but get themselves so stirred up they can hardly see straight, and they can't contribute to anything. And we see that all the time. The Domestic Well Owners Association, its primary purpose for ever even starting was outreach and education. But it's the old story, you can't force the horse to drink, and here we are.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, we're going to close public comment on this, and we're going to take a break. We'll start again at 9 o'clock. And I want to thank the public for coming, and hopefully that helped by moving things up. So you guys, hopefully that, have a good night. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order. It's 9 o'clock. We're going to move to item 7F, which is the groundwater sustainability. If we have any discussion on that, and then we'll go back to the beginning of our agenda. Stan, you want to give your report?
Okay. There have actually been two groundwater authority meetings since we last met, August 11th and September 8th. And both were fairly light agendas. The GA approved the legal team to take action to require Inyokern CSD to pay all delinquent fees. That was one of the things that happened that actually required action. The GA was informed that neither of its 2022 Navy Coastal Project nominations were selected by the Navy. The PAC held its first meeting in 20 months. It was of an organizational nature, but I did watch it and I thought it was excellent to the extent that it did do the job that it tried to do, that is organizational wise. I was disappointed to find out that the shallow well mitigation plan would not be reviewed in committee. Apparently, the plan was sent out to the individual members of the committee, and they provided information back to Stetson. But of course, in my mind, the benefit of the committee is that they can share ideas and come to a consensus and provide a consensus to Stetson as opposed to a number of individual inputs. So we'll see how that goes. I read the report myself, and I had many questions of my own. And of course, the key issue on how things are going are really going to be whether or not the public buys into the new process. So that's still to be determined. No, there have been no TAC meetings held, although the TAC members have been continuing to work for the last year or more on their individual tasks and giving information back to Stetson. And I'm still going to follow up on whether or not the reports the TAC members have actually provided have gotten onto the internet. Last but not least, coming back to something the young lady said at the podium earlier tonight in the financial reporting, it's not just the legal fees that I'm concerned about. Right now, the financial report continues to provide little or no insight in how the fees paid by the water district are being spent. That's not good, but the bad news is that the new general manager says that the new finance system may not be available until next fiscal year, which means that we're not going to have any insight until next fiscal year, but obviously that requires us understanding what happened this fiscal year before we can figure out what goes on next fiscal year. And of course, the audits from the first two fiscal year audits we got the red, and then we get further in the red. And we just initiated the audit for 2020. I believe it was last month, maybe the month before. And I have right now no idea when that audit is going to be available. But I will take any questions you might have or the audience might have.
When is the end of their fiscal year?
It's December 31st.
It's a long time.
Sorry, I should have said that.
All right, thank you, Stan. Any public comments on this item?
Yes, Judy Decker, and I sit on the PAC. And I would like to make a comment about the shallow well mitigation report. Somebody at Stetson, well, actually, he did say, Steve Johnson did say that his sidekick Heather wrote it. She obviously doesn't step off the sidewalk of the city. The shallow well mitigation report had the person apply this is now with a downed well, no water. They had to apply, and then it had to be reviewed, and then it would go to the board, and then the board would decide, and it might take up to a year for a shallow well owner whose well has failed to get some relief. Practicality is not necessarily part of the GA process. And I want to say to you, Stan, what concerns me about the finances is, as a member of the public, I don't know if all of the people that they've contacted who are supposed to pay pumping fees, replenishment fees, I have no idea who's paying any fees except for the water district. And I think you need to push on them to find out. You're the obviously one to do it.
Yeah, I think that we do have data on the pumping fees, and we pay like, what, 50% of the pumping fees, Don? Is that right?
I don't know if it's 50% of the pumping fee, but there's a database that the Groundwater Authority maintains of all the non-de minimis registered pumpers that that their payments are tracked. They're sent a statement every month, and they send it back in with their payment. So other people are paying the groundwater extraction fee. As far as the replenishment fee, the water district is the only one paying the replenishment fee at this time.
Stan, I have a question for you on that Judy brought up that concerns me. The shallow well mitigation is through the groundwater extraction fee, is that correct? The $17.50, isn't that charged in that?
No, that's part of the replenishment fee.
Okay, it is part of the replenishment fee. So the district is the only one currently paying for the shallow well mitigation program. Do we have any idea?
I think the people that are doing the transient water are also supposed to, there was somebody that had to pay the shallow well mitigation, $17 or whatever.
I thought it was $17.50.
If you signed up for the transient pool, I believe you're relieved of the replenishment portion of the fee, but you had to pay the $17.50.
Okay, so there is other entities and other pumpers paying that fee. Do we have any idea, because it troubles me what Judy said, that if there is a person that has a problem and they have to wait a year to get help, do we have any, is there an account that has a balance that the GA has that says this is how much money we've collected for this fee and it's in a separate account?
Yes, there is a separate account. There is a revenue attributed to it. I think it was supposed to generate like $70,000 a year. And the first year, most of that was going to go to administrative overhead, developing the program, and then it was going to start going, I believe, to actually doing something. So I didn't bring the actual finance report with me, but they are tracking that to some extent, I believe. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, that was my concern, is there money set aside for that, and is it really set aside, or is it being spent?
Well, right now, it is being spent on the generation of the shallow well mitigation plan, I think, although, quite frankly, when you look at the Stetson costs, their invoices, it looks like everything is being invoiced to the replenishment fee, or the augmented water part of the replenishment fee. So it's not clear.
Okay, so Stetson is creating this plan then, not Pack and Tack.
My understanding is the draft was prepared by Stetson, and the PAC and TAC are reviewing it and sending in individual comments against it. And according to Stetson, or Steve Johnson, they are incorporating all those comments into the plan. So, till we actually see the plan come out, we're not going to know.
Okay, thank you.
But there is a draft plan out there and available if you want to look at it. But I agree with
And we're
Judy.
$70,000 into that draft plan so far.
No, I don't honestly know that because I haven't seen the invoices on how Stetson is actually charging to that. As a matter of fact, what I really believe is happening is all of the Stetson's invoices are being charged to the replenishment fee as opposed to the shallow well mitigation. But you know, you can't tell. It's not that clear.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Decker, sorry.
Don Decker again. The PAC and TAC did indeed receive a draft version. There's only, though, a handful of people who are actually responding to those requests, especially in the time when there haven't been any formal meetings. The whole thing, to many of us, seems like I won't say a waste of time, but you wonder. The impracticality of what's coming out of that effort is totally apparent. Judy just talked a little bit about that. The problem partly is that this is actually the third time Stetson has had a task that is shallow well mitigation. It's an iterative thing, and it isn't clear, you know, what's different about the third time around versus the second. The first time was actually pretty much Gene Moran, their hydrogeologist, who developed a model that was predictive of well failure, which actually I gave to her. Told her that you don't need to actually know details of every well. It's the well driller's report. You don't actually need that to understand a lot about what the failures are going to, when they're going to happen and how. But then there was another iteration and another one. So we're at least on number 3. And the problem that I see here is that there is no programmatic, there's no plan. There's a series of tasks, mostly Stetson identifies, and then the GA agrees to fund somehow. But there is no plan, and there no physical plan, and there is no financial plan that goes with it, and there is no schedule. And of course, those are the very things that are the essence of what we in the DOD have called a POAM. And of course, in private industry, they don't necessarily call it a POAM, but that's what Microsoft Planner does. And so this is not something foreign. This is how you conduct any program that has any complexity at all. And the GA board has apparently refused to engage and continue the POAM that existed in the beginning that Commander Longbottom insisted on and actually created the very first version of it to get it started. Nobody has chosen to pick it up. And there's been requests, and Stan has certainly been right there at the leader of the pack, wanting to see a line item budget. Well, the line items come right straight out of the POAM. That's where they come from. And if you don't have the POAM, you're just inventing something. So, you know, our new general manager is trying to create something, but she doesn't have enough detailed understanding of, you know, what the tasks are and how they relate to each other. So her financial reports are confusing, to say the least. And the idea that you might be able to actually track expenditures in a shallow well mitigation fund that's building up $17 per acre foot, you know, increments. The fact you could, the aspect that you could track such a thing, it's totally foreign to what exists now because there isn't any financial consistency through the whole thing. I hate to say this, but it's like an amateur operation. I've never seen anything like it myself. If this were a federal program, the program manager would have been fired and tarred and feathered a long time ago. Would never be tolerated. There's another symptom of this, one more sentence, and that is the board has refused to establish a finance committee. And you guys know perfectly well the value of your committees. They can chew over and understand a lot of complexity that would be very difficult to handle in a board level meeting, and bring things to you. And so the GA doesn't have that benefit, nor do they seem to even be interested in it.
Thank you, Don. Okay, any other public comment?
No, they said everything, no. That's why I like to go last, because they cover these things for me. First, a quick question, Ron Kosinski. Does the city pay extraction fees on under pumping? Yes, I heard a yes? Okay,
The
just wanna be
city
sure.
pays the groundwater
That's
extraction
right,
fee, yes.
Okay, so everybody that pumps water pays the extraction fee pretty much. Okay, I had a couple things on my list. Number one is, let's talk about lawyers. I know Jim likes that. No, what you can see at the GA, it happens, and Stan, you're gonna be the chair next year, providing you don't give up and run away. But the point about it is, I have never seen a board of directors before where when one director is discussing an issue or arguing a point, he's arguing with a lawyer. For some reason, like when you were having your discussion, Stan, I really appreciate what you said about the finances. None of the other board members spoke up. It was crickets. You were discussing it with Keith Lemieux. What in the world is he doing speaking for the board? He's not a board member. He doesn't represent the community. He doesn't represent the people that those board members represent. And I have a real problem with that, and I believe it's the responsibility of the chair to stop that. Say, wait a minute, you're here for legal advice to the entity that you represent. The GA has their lawyer, which is Mr. Markman. They have their own lawyer. But every other legal team represents either the city, the county, or whoever they represent. And they're there to be asked questions if a legal issue comes up, not to argue points. And it happened with me, and it's happening with you. Somehow that's got to stop, and you're going to be chair, and you need to look at how that's going to stop. The other problem I have, and I think I've discussed this before, I have a real issue with a entity's legal representative sitting on that board. I know it's written in the JPA about you can have an alternate, but if you look at the county, their alternate is an elected official. If you look at the water district, their alternate's an elected official. Same thing with the city. Why is it INU's an elected official? Why is it the attorney? Because don't forget, that attorney could care less about the people that are represented by the elected official. And I shouldn't say that exactly that way, but you see what I'm saying? The elected official is the one that represents the people. And you have an attorney up there arguing points, and he's not elected by the people. So I think that somehow the JPA needs to be revisited about that the alternates need to be elected officials. I think it'll bring more credence to the board and get that out of there, because I just really believe that's a problem I always have. If it can be done, I don't know. It's obviously a legal issue because it's the JPA and it's written and it's going to take a lot to do. But Stan, that's something that maybe you could try to tackle. Inyo County. I have a real problem with Inyo County. Are they truly there to help us? I'll always remember one thing that Matt Kingsley, right? Was that it? Matt? Yeah, his quote. I guess that Indian Wells Valley is going to be having composting toilets in their future. That tells you exactly the mindset of Inyo County. What is Inyo County doing for the GA? What are they doing? I don't know they're doing anything. They represent a few, a dozen, maybe half a dozen pumpers out there, one mutual that's paying some fees, but it's costing them nothing. And all they're doing is playing an obstructionist role. Keep that in mind. I believe that's all they're doing. I don't think they're trying to help this valley at all. They're protecting what they see as their interest. Everyone wants to protect your interests, but you also want to contribute to what the solution is. And contributing to the solution means you might have to bend a little bit, you might have to discuss some issues, but to carte blanche say, anything to do with water from up north is never gonna happen. And that's all he says. The last thing is finances, of course. And Stan, you're on it, you know. I don't think they're following the way Prop 218 was for the replenishment fee. The replenishment fee is pretty clear. It's for buying water and for mitigation. You look at this last profit and loss statement, and they've transferred $900,000 from the replenishment fee into administration, and they transferred over $900,000 from the extraction fee into administration. What does that mean? I don't know. You probably don't know either. What they need to have, and it maybe comes to a finance committee, is there a policy or procedure for how they identified where individual costs go? Is there some procedure that somebody looks at and says, oh, that's replenishment fee, that's development fee, that's administration fee? And we know there's no revenue stream for administration. Because again, and these ideas came from Phil Hall. Oh, we can take anything, and you could have a chart that takes 1 hour to this. This is the way lawyers do it when you're working. This many hours goes to this client, this many hours go to this client, this many hours go to this client. It's all divided up and where it goes. And that's how he presented it to the board. It just means that Heather needs to sit and just tick off her hours of what goes where. Well, let's see that. Let's see where this is going, because that's why I was against you guys financing replenishment fee, because there's no transparency here. I can't make hide nor hair of this thing. And if anyone here can, let me know. I'll talk to you. I want to know. But Stan, you're going to be in a position soon that maybe you can do something about this. I don't know. You're one vote up there. Maybe when you guys start talking with the city and working closely with them, maybe they could become part of the solution for the people you represent. So at least you move someone else over. San Bernardino, he's beginning to think a little bit. But something needs to happen because the community has lost complete confidence in the GA. I don't see anything good, anything. I see a bunch of lawyers fighting amongst, not necessarily fighting, creating work for themselves. And I don't mean you. I mean, it's Keith and Phil Hall. Let's face it, the allocation table is Phil Hall's allocation table. You know, and stuff's being shoved down the throat of those directors because they either, I don't want to say don't care. What scares me if they know what's going on, they're letting it happen. Some of the directors up there, because they can see it. They know what our community is all about. And if they really care about the community, they'd quit listening to all this stuff and truly work together. And like David said, you guys have approached DWR about getting together and come sitting down at the table. Until that happens, you're getting nowhere. There's no confidence. There's not anybody that I know has any confidence in the GA right now. None. Yes, you could pick out directors, and again, I'm going to say with Stan, and hopefully when I was there, that there's things you do, but when you get shut down by legal, when you argue with Phil Hall or Keith Lemieux, and when we're talking with directors who don't want to deal with any discussions, you go nowhere. So Stan, I wish you luck. I hope you move into that position. It isn't that far away. You need to prepare for it. You do control some things. You control the agenda. You can control, how things are approached. You can request things to be discussed, but good luck. I don't know how you're going to get that group working together. And I believe that's it. So you guys can go home now. And let me check my list to make sure. No, I got everything.
I do have a couple of comments.
Yes.
But I don't disagree with anything you said, but there's nobody but the water district that has a whole lot of skin in the game.
You're right.
So therefore, it's very difficult to get anybody interested in looking at any type of a finance report. It's who cares?
Why is that? Why is that? Do they just not care?
Well,
or do they?
Again, they don't have skin in the game.
Yeah.
So it's human nature. I think the problem, or the way we solve it, is to make sure they do get skin in the game. Don't know how that's going to happen.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The other thing is, if you look at the report, the finance report, that those transfers of almost $1 million, There's two of them, but those were the budget. Those actually haven't happened yet.
Okay.
And they haven't needed to happen because there, if you look at the administrative costs, there haven't been any. So they didn't need to do that transfer, and I have no idea. There's typically rules regarding how much overhead, administrative overhead you can charge to any project to transfer to the admin area. I don't know that there was any judgment used except, I think we need $2 million over here, so we'll just take money. So there may have been, I doubt it, any type of rationale. But hopefully if what the what the general manager is saying is for the next budget year, they're going to have a new system. I think it's going to be too late. Well, not too late. The sooner the better, and I'm hoping that she's right and that we really will have some kind of a system next year that we can use.
We've been hoping for what, 3,
Well,
4, 5 years now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, originally, we gave them a lot of slack because it was a new general manager that had to look at all of where we started, which was quite frankly not all that organized. And then it just slowly evolved to, well, no, we don't understand all this stuff, so it's going to keep going this way. And
Get
I
deeper
can't
and
make
deeper.
excuses.
Get
I'm
deeper.
sorry.
Yeah.
We are where we are, and just, it's got to get better.
And you made a good point about administration. Why are there no costs to administration? You know there's administration work that isn't replenishment, isn't mitigation, isn't GSP development, but there's not a dime under administration, which they don't have a revenue stream for, probably. But that's just something it just glares at you. So the two things I'm asking for is, I think if they're going to have these different charges, there needs to be some kind of policy or procedure for identifying on these invoices what goes to which account. Somebody's got to be able to do that. I mean, it just makes sense. Any business would do that. And the last thing is, I think someone ought to request a forensic audit. Heck, you don't even have last year's audit. A forensic audit of every single invoice and where it was charged to. I think that would, I really think that someone ought to start demanding that. And that someone get a professional in here, go through every single invoice and have them justify that this is replenishment, this is GSP development, or this is administration. Because if they don't, it's going to go bad to worse, in my opinion. So it's just a thought. I don't know how that gets done, whether it has to be a legal request or something has to happen. Thank you. Have a good night. You ought to be
Thank
out of
you.
here by about midnight.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any comments from the board?
I just wanted to comment, Ron, on the letter that we received from Inyo County regarding the urban water management plan. It was not, their request was not honored.
Okay.
So the mention where there is a mention of the option for the DWP, that is still in the urban.
You're talking about where they
water
request you
management
take all the options out of your plan.
Right.
And you left them in.
It's still in there.
Yes.
Good, thank you.
Anything?
Sure. So the people of the Indian Wells Valley, whether it's San Bernardino, Kern, or Inyo counties, and the people of Searles Valley are many communities, but they're one people. We all live out here in this vast desert east of the Sierra Nevada. And what affects one of us affects all of us, indirectly or directly. We need to work together. We should work together to overcome the challenges and support each other in our struggles living out here in this vast desert. And I look forward to an opportunity in the future to help settle on a solution that benefits everybody, all of our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything, Chuck?
I just wanted to say that I thought that Jim and Doug did a fine job explaining the situation between the city and the water district without being too abrasive. I thought everything you said was good, true. Thank you.
Okay, Stan, I got a couple questions that relate to this. The Ty, if you could, reading through, the city made a request, and even Kyle at the end there said that he would like to see the ratepayers pay less. So when I read the report, it looked like if we financed, that it was gonna be right now we're charging $1.70, and if we financed, it would be 90. Is that correct?
It could be upwards of 90, just, yeah.
Okay, and that would be over 30 years. So my question is, can we, as a board, ask the GSA to cut to charge their fee in 10 years instead of 5 years? That it makes it 85 cents. It's cheaper than us financing it for 30 years. So I think that we, as a board, should go and ask them, have you considered making it a 10-year repay instead of a 5-year? I think it will make it easier on the ratepayers. It will give the city what they want. We're not financing and costing $11 million more over 20 more years. It'll be paid for in 10, and then we move from there. So I don't know what your guys' thoughts are, but I don't think we've ever formally requested it, and I wouldn't be opposed to doing that.
Yeah, well, we can certainly try to get that on the agenda. I understand where you're going. The problem is going to be that the city wants to get the money up front so they can buy all the water at once. And putting it over 10 years rather than 5 years just means that the money comes in even more gradually. So if they get an opportunity to buy, a bunch of water at a cheap price, which of course we have, we have no idea that would ever happen, but given it could, that's what the city wants to do.
I understand that, but right now they don't have that option. We basically said tonight we did not want to entertain financing. I don't think the city's going to finance it. The GA could finance it after the court battles are over. If they win and the fee is put into place, then it would not affect them because we would still be making a payment. The other pumpers that were charged would pump to pay back their payment if they financed it at that time. But I just don't, I think
it's a
if
fair
they
question.
really want to do it, we could cut it by over 50%.
We can run it past them. I like your idea, but I think Stan's right that they're going to say, we need the money now, we can't wait. And then the answer to the question that you have to ask them then is, well, if you need this $25 million now, where are you getting the other $25 million that you need now?
So,
but you could run it past them. If you don't, it's an automatic no, right?
Yeah, you're not going to get what you don't ask for, is I guess my feeling. So we can certainly try to get that agendized.
Okay.
With no financial backing or institution in the GA, why would anybody give them $20 million?
I don't think anybody's going to.
And no, that's what this discussion's been about tonight. I don't want to give them nothing. So, my opinion, but I think if
But we
something works.
value your opinion.
Yeah, right. But if Chuck's right and we could lower the fees, I'm all for looking at it. I have no idea really where he's coming from, other than I like it, so.
Let's ask them.
Yeah, all you can do is ask. So,
All right, well, I think that was it. And then the only other thing I was concerned about was the shallow well, which I think Mr. Decker answered for me. So if that's it, we will move on to what item would that be? The consent calendar, 7A.
You guys, they are the picture of patience, right there. How long are they? I know they do.
They
right?
do.
This is how you wanted to spend your evening, wasn't it? Yeah.
Okay, so we're moving to item 7A, the consent calendar. So I'd be looking for a motion.
So move.
Look for a second.
Second.
Any public comments on the consent calendar? Okay, call for the vote.
Night. Drive safely.
Thanks, Doug.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Doug.
See you later.
Have a good night, everybody.
Stan is still saying you haven't voted.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion passes. Okay, item B, Plant and Equipment Committee, acceptance of contract work, Wasson Roofing and Construction.
All right, if I'm not brain dead yet, I will attempt to do this. It's my bedtime almost. Okay, there's a memo in your packet regarding this work. This was the last earthquake-related item that is to be reimbursed by Cal OES. So that was at one of our booster stations up at our C-Zone tank site. There was a new roof and some seismic upgrades, so that work is all done. The original contract amount was $48,977. We did have a change order that reduced that by $1,344 because there was some work that ended up not needing to be done. So the final contract amount was $47,633. The district is withholding retention at this time of $2,381.85. So I recommend that we accept the work and we'll file a notice of completion and then make final payment.
Thank you, Renee. Any public comments? Any board comments?
That retention, that's all we owe right now, right, Renee?
There's actually a little over 500 that they haven't billed us for also.
Okay, so just so people know that we don't have to write them a check for 47 now because they've been paid most of it.
Oh, correct, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, we'll be looking for a motion.
I so move that we accept the committee's recommendation.
I second.
All those in favor?
Get a vote.
Okay, item 2. Oh, he didn't do it.
What? It didn't work. Here, hand it over here.
Hey, got it.
Okay,
Yay.
motion carries. Item 2, Resolution 2104, accepting dedication of water improvements for Beewig School.
All right, so the Viewing Adult Education Center has been used as the Richmond Elementary School since the earthquakes, and they're having issues with adequate fire flow. So they were able to get funding to hook up to the district off Chelsea for their fire flow and future domestic flow, not domestic flow yet. The Navy is still providing their domestic water. So they tapped our line out there and installed a 6-inch line for their fire flow. And we are only responsible up to, the meter and the detector check there. Everything else is on Navy property and behind meter. So the value of those improvements was $9,385. So that's all been completed, and I recommend that we accept those improvements.
Okay, we'd look for a motion.
Yep, comment.
Oh, public comments. Sorry, thank you. Okay, seeing none, look for a motion.
I'll move to accepting the dedication of water improvements for Viewig School.
I'll second that.
President Griffin,
Aye.
Director Boyd,
Aye.
Director Cordell,
Yes.
Director Rotora,
Aye.
Vice President Sainamon.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Item C, Admin Exec Committee, Association of California Water Agencies, Region 7 on board election. Don, are you handling this, or you want one of us to?
Yeah, I can handle it very briefly. Indian Wells Valley Water District is in Region 7. They are asking for nominations for the positions of chair and vice chair for the upcoming year. One thing to bring to the board's attention, we talked about at committee, for some reason their policy is that candidate statements only go to the nominating committee. So there was no information provided to us to help make a determination of who to vote for. Kind of unusual in other elections, you usually get a candidate statement, sometimes with a picture, and then they'll tell you what their platform is. So we have no information. At Admin Exec, we said that unless you have some strong feeling about somebody's name, probably best just to not nominate
I
anybody.
don't think they need us, thank you. My opinion. We don't know who it is, so.
Well, they did have pictures.
No, in your.
And it had a recommendation from a committee on this is who we recommend,
Oh,
but
okay.
they didn't give you a chance to read a biography on each person to say, this is who we liked.
There is a handout in the board packet with the names, correct, yeah. So if you want to look in the board packet, there are names that are nominated, but again, there's no information on
Yeah.
their experience or what jobs they've held, what they can bring to the position, so.
You got recommendations then, Don, on that, or?
So do we need to
Not
abstain?
based on that
Abstain?
information.
We don't need to
Back up
vote,
their line.
right? We just.
Don't take action, yeah.
Okay.
No
So do we have any public comment on this item?
You guys want to run?
Okay, seeing no comments or no motions, we will move forward with that item. Okay, now I gotta find my agenda again.
Yep.
G, we covered G, didn't we?
Nope. Nice try.
Yeah. Okay, item G, general manager and staff update.
Okay, this is usually the point where the public that's here gets up and leaves, so feel free. Okay, we'll start with the safety
My
report.
kids, Judy, you and my kids.
As of today, employees of the Water District have worked 134 days since the last recordable injury. As far as production, metered production at the wells for the month of August was 233,471,900 gallons, which is 716.5 acre feet. We do report to the State Water Resources Board every month. What they use for comparison is the metered water through the distribution system, what we call consumption, and also any non-revenue water, which could be lost to leaks, flushing activities, et cetera. That number is 225,145,000, or 690.9 acre feet. We did report the results for August on September 7th. And I'll remind you again, this year, the State Water Board used to require the numbers be reported by the 10th, and they extended it to the 28th. So we continue to report as soon as we have the numbers available. Consumption was down 22.6% compared to August of 2013, the baseline year that they've established. A 20% conservation rate that this board established in June of 2016. Since that time, our cumulative conservation result remains at 22.7%. So we are meeting and exceeding our target. Compared to the last 4 years, as I said, it was 22.6% this August. Last year was 14.7% lower. 2019, 20.9% lower. 2018, 18.1% lower. And 2017, 23.2% lower. We also are required to report residential gallons per capita per day. And again, this includes both indoor and outdoor. 176.4 residential gallons per person per day. We had 4 new connections added during the month of August. There have been 12 new connections since the first of the fiscal year, which began July 1st. And those new connections have contributed $82,759 in capital facility fees. Any questions on that portion of the report? Public outreach, favorite part. I was not able to participate in the community collaborative. Every time there's a holiday in the first Monday, we have a conflict, so I wasn't able to go to that meeting. But I do want to report positive impact of WaterSmart has had on reaching out to our customers, alerting them of potential unusual water use that could result in them getting an unexpected high bill. In the past year, we've sent out 20,671 alerts. Those have resulted in 10,271 emails, 11,923 text messages, 6,932 phone calls, and 3 staff alerts. As a reminder, those numbers, if you add them up, are more than the 20,000, but you can get multiple alerts. If you sign up for example, a text message and an email, you'll get both. So that's why there's more when you add them all together. Those alerts can result from irrigation leaks. It can be leaking toilets. People have left hoses on, running overnight, filling a pool, or for any number of reasons. Since June 7th, 2020, customers have responded to these alerts with a 94% positive rate. In other words, when they give us a comment, it's thank you for letting me know. We do get some, especially during the summer when people are using coolers, we get a few people complaining that they're getting nuisance alerts. Those can be addressed by going into their account and changing the threshold. In other words, you can go in there and say, I typically use 400 gallons in a day, so don't alert me until I use over this amount. So we let them know that they can do that. But early on, we did get some people complaining that I'm getting too many alerts. And it's generally because they were running a cooler perhaps when it was 119 degrees. So I'd say it's evident by the results that we've seen to date that the automated metering infrastructure program combined with WaterSmart has been a valuable tool for the district's conservation efforts. So I think overall, we're very pleased with that investment, both in the AMI system and in the WaterSmart customer portal. Next item, the special board workshop. The one item that we had as action item from the board was to work with staff to work with Krieger and Stewart and Tim Parker to provide a preliminary report and recommendation at a future committee meeting on possible exploration from the El Paso area, including determination if it is new water or not. So I'll report that Chuck Krieger, Jim Worth, Tim Parker, and myself spoke via conference call on August 17th regarding drafting a plan to explore the Indian Wells Valley subbasins, all the subbasins. You should have found on your, in front of you when you sat down this evening, a draft copy of that plan. I wanted to get it to you now so that you have time to take a look at it. And then what we plan to do would be to have a discussion at the September 30th Water Management Committee meeting. And I'll make sure that Mr. Parker is available and Chuck Krieger as well to have that discussion.
We're going to move on to Renee.
I think I dozed off there. All right, well 35. Okay. There's not a whole lot to say on well 35. We were hoping to send it to the board this month to accept that contract work, but there are still some items that are outstanding. They did come up here a little over a week ago to try to address some of those, but we're not successful. And then there's another item that came up. So still working on that. Hopefully next month they'll have those few items that are on their punch list done and we can get that work accepted. Any questions about that? No? Okay. I'll move on to well 33. Best Drilling and Pump did pull the equipment out of well 33, and we did have actually a video this morning. There were no aha moments in that video. We did not see any damage, holes, anything of that sort that would explain why we were getting gravel pack intrusion into the well. So the next thing we're going to take a look at doing is bringing a temporary pump in and videoing while we're pumping water to see if we can chase down where the gravel intrusion's coming from. We successfully did that at well 18 some years back, and hopefully we can do that for well 33. Everything seemed to be intact when I was out there watching the video. So that is the latest and greatest. Have any questions? No. All right, post-earthquake repairs. The first thing I'll report is I did get an email this afternoon from Cal OES, and we have successfully submitted everything, and they have finalized all of our projects, and everything has been submitted. So we were having email problems today, but I did get that via my phone. I was able to take a look at it. So that's all. He's finalized everything with Cal OES. So we should be getting our final reimbursement probably 6-8 weeks or something is how long they usually take to reimburse us. The booster station, we're looking at the new booster station. It's going to replace the two that are up at the Gateway site. Should be going out to bid in October. October 4th is the date that they're trying to get that out to bid, with bid opening October 28th. So hopefully next month I'll be able to report that that's out to bid. The 4 tanks replacements, we have 95% plans for 2 of those tanks. We're going to be taking a look at that this week, getting our comments back to Krieger and Stewart by next Monday, and also sent the CEQA documents to review too. And then we're expecting to get the other 2 tank plans, 95% plans, very soon, hopefully this week or next week, because that also needs to get out to bid and get awarded by the end of the year. It's part of that COPs that needs to be, get awarded, get those funds earmarked. Any questions? No? All right, that's all I have.
Okay, through August, we had revenues of 2.65 million, which was 117,000 more than budget. Our expenditures were at 2.8 million, which was $61,000 over budget. So our net's a negative 150,000, which is actually $57,000 better than budget. Capital expenditures for that period, $58,567. Of that, $32,300 was funded by the 2018 COPs. And we have debt service principal of $185,000. August, the total number of accounts that would have been subject to lock-off would have been 302, which is a decrease from the 315 from the previous month. But the past due amount increased from 179,000 to 195,000. As of right now, the lock-off moratorium ends the end of this month. I have seen a few more people coming in and signing up for payment plans. Not enough, not a 302, but we have seen an increase of people that are finally realizing it may be coming to an end. Let's see, for solar production, for August, we had a guarantee of 48,955, but we came in at 46,333. So the actual for July and August is 90,335, which is below the guarantee. The reason being we had, 4 strings that were out. Those have been repaired now, so we should see better numbers next month.
Can I mention one thing regarding solar? I should have mentioned it when I was reporting well 35. I did get an email this afternoon from NG that we have gotten permission from SCE to operate the solar facility at well 35. Now, it's just a matter of getting somebody from NG up here to flip the switch and we'll be good to go.
Okay.
The conservation, so through this calendar year, we have received 99 water waste reports. We've made 99 contacts, 6 formal warning actions, and 2 penalties issued.
Okay. Jason?
Thank you. This should take no more than 55, 60 minutes at the most.
That's good, because I just ordered pizza, so.
The district continues to work on the site acceptance tests for arsenic plant 1, 11, 13, and 35. And some of the issues that are outstanding are OIT, the operator interface terminals. Last I saw today, this afternoon, that ATSI believes that they have completed all the corrections. So we'll look at that in the morning and hopefully those sites can be signed off on. For the month of August, arsenic plant 1 produced 3,557,000 gallons, and plant 2, 5,794,000 gallons. I reached out again to PureFlow, asked them to itemize and revise their quotes from a year ago in regards to the underdrain system. I have not received those numbers yet.
Operations?
For the month of August, there were 13 repairs, 47 replacements. No-Des ran 3 times, saving 18,270 gallons, bringing our grand total since inception to 8,111,075 gallons. There were 43 valves turned, bringing our grand total for the year to 501 valves.
Any public comment on any of those reports? Okay, any other board comments or questions on those reports? Okay, we will move forward to number 8, board comments, future agenda items. Director Rator, do you have any?
I do want to thank the staff for putting together what I think was a very complete staff report on the financing of the replenishment fee. I think they put a lot of time and effort into it. And it sounded at times to be a little negative relative to the city, but I think for one last time, it was probably justified. And I do hope that going forward that the city and the water district can work together and sort of start off on a new foot and actually accomplish something. And with that, I'll close. Thank you.
I think Stan said everything for me too.
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
All right. Director Boyd?
No, I've got nothing really to say other than we do need to think about how we're going to work together with the city. That may be something we want to talk about at the next meeting as to, what are the proposed, we're going to have a workshop where we're each individually going to try to reach out and establish some relationships. All of the above, don't know, but it might be something that would be good to capture as an action item so we can track it and not forget.
Thank you. Director St. Amant?
I was pleased to see the passion that I believe the term we're using now is manifesto, evoked in the staff. It demonstrates that they care about the organization and they feel passionately about it. And my compliments to you for your passion and your excellent work in replying to the manifesto. Thank you.
And I also want to say the same thing. I've seen a side of our general manager that I had not seen. You were put in a position and you rose to an occasion. I admire you for what you did. The rest of the staff, I think you guys, the letter you wrote, I think you guys have held yourselves above. I think everybody's done a great job with that. I do want to work with the city. I anticipate working with the city. Director Boyd, you mentioned how we could do that. I don't care if we agendacize it and the two boards sit in a room. If that's what we've got to do, that's what we got to do. I feel it's important that the lawyers are out of our conversations and we move forward and we work with the PAC and the TAC and we're able to interact with everybody. So I just hope we can do that and move forward. I want to again thank Kyle Blades and Solomon. I think they showed true character by reaching out when they seen our report. I've heard comments, well, they all voted against it. Well, they didn't really vote. So I'm not holding it against anybody. I have no grudges. But I do appreciate both of them reaching out before and contacting us. So thank you guys. I think we held it. Nobody lost their temper. I don't think we were downgrading to the city at all, and I don't want to ever be. So thank you. And if that's it, we'll adjourn this meeting at 9:58 and go to closed session at 10:10.
They had a pool.
They had an obligation to you?
I think he's got to lock the building, he said.
This is all